the producer of Rust. He is awaiting his trial. Gutierrez was responsible for making sure all the firearms on the set were safe. Prosecutors allege she brought live rounds onto the set and failed to properly check the rounds before they were loaded into the gun.
We find the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1.
A jury convicted Gutierrez, even though her defense attorney argued at her trial that Alec Baldwin was the one to blame.
It was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. Ms. Gutierrez Reed, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Helena and Mr. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did.
The defense noted that Baldwin tended to go off script, like he did in this scene, firing a shot after the director yelled, "Cut."
Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Hopefully throughout this process, people in the film industry are beginning to understand that real guns aren't toys. And if real guns are going to be used on movie sets, there needs to be a lot of safety protocols in place. We never want this to happen again.
All right, that was our Kelly Craft reporting there. Now let's talk a little bit about what may be the biggest issues in this trial. Joining me, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Franz Borchardt, and former law enforcement officer, domestic violence expert, and the host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King. All right, Franz, tell me, what do you see as the biggest issue as we get ready to go to trial on July the 9th?
So the biggest issue, if I'm representing Alec Baldwin, is you've already gotten the right person. You've prosecuted the expert on the scene, on the movie set. You've convicted her. You don't need another pound of flesh. I'm an actor. I'm not an expert in firearms. And look, he's got a defensible position, right? It clearly there's criminal culpability already imposed by the armorsmith. So I'm pointing the finger, and then I'm pointing the finger some more.
I hear you, Franz, and I think they've got a real good shot pointing the finger here. But the big thing for Alec Baldwin he's going to have to fight is that he pointed the gun, the pointing of the gun. Claudia King, let me go to you on this point. Somebody who is, adept at firearms, somebody, who understands the importance of firearm safety. When you hear this, knowing everything else, he didn't load it. Yes, he didn't supply the ammunition. Yes, he didn't check it. None of those things were his job. But he is said to have pointed it at another person. How problematic do you think that's going to be?
I think that's going to be very problematic, because no matter what your position, when you put a firearm into your hands, you need to act safely. You need to follow those basic gun safety rules. One of those is to never point it at anything that you are not willing to destroy. And he clearly failed at that one. The other thing I think we're going to see the prosecution point out is that as producer, Alec is responsible for the safety on the set overall. So he holds the ultimate key to making sure everything was safe, which he clearly did not do. So I think pointing the gun is going to be a problem, and then his role as the producer and being responsible for safety is going to be a problem as well.
Right, and that's something that's been a big point of contention, Claudia. His team is trying to stop the prosecution from being able to focus on him being a producer. So really important point there. Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to squeeze in a break as we are at that time in the show, but the verdict watch continues. We're tracking the deliberations. We just hit the 21-hour mark in the case against defendant Karen Reed. What will this jury do? Are we going to have a verdict today? Is this case going to wind up in a mistrial? We're going to find out together as Court TV Live rolls on. And when we return, we're going to have more of the Rust shooting case of actor Alec Baldwin. Up next, you're going to hear what he tells police after the shooting happened.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I try and cop the guns
goes off.
Criminal defendant.
His lack of gun safety is something that he's going to have to answer for.
We heard that this was a toxic set.
One more.
It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong.
Is there an actor's exemption from liability when they're handling a deadly firearm?
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage begins next Monday morning on Court TV.
Those question fibers, I saw that I had yellow and blue and gray cotton fibers, and I also had 2 brown apparent synthetic fibers. So when I looked at the clothing next, I looked for areas that might exhibit those same colors. And so, because like I said, I found blue and yellow cotton fibers, one of the items was blue and yellow. So the zipped up hooded shirt had blue and yellow portions. So I cut out those portions of the shirt and took that to the stereo microscope, tweezed out those known fibers, also mounted them the same way that I do those question fibers. So they get mounted in an oil on a glass slide with a cover slip on top. And then I also noticed, I mentioned the brown apparent synthetic fibers. The jogging pants has a heathered appearance to it. So in that heathered appearance, there are brown apparent synthetic fibers. Those also got mounted onto the glass slides as well. So once I have my known fibers and my question fibers mounted, I can use another type of microscope called a comparison microscope. And so basically what this is, it's a microscope that has two different stages, but one set of binoculars. So when I look through the set of binoculars, I see a split screen. So although they're mounted on two separate slides, I can move those slides and look at them at the same time. And I look for dissimilarities between the two. If I see dissimilarities, then my analysis can be complete and I can say they're dissimilar. In this case, when I was looking at the known fibers from the zipped up hooded shirt, I noticed that these blue and yellow fibers were apparent synthetic. So I mentioned that the question.
She disarmed me. I sat down.
She being
Hannah, the armaments person. When she was always handling the guns, or 99% of the time. So I would, if I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I would probably hand it to one of her assistants. I'm sitting there. She disarms me. We go to lunch. We come back to lunch, and they hand me the revolver, the Colt.
And I just like so name. It's Hannah again.
They arm me, and you're assuming, as we've done every time, that it's a cold gun for the rehearsal. And I put the gag in the shot. You're the camera because I have a coat, and I have a holster, and I pull the coat over, and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm going to slowly sneak the revolver, the Colt out, and turn and shoot these other guys, or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hitting the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the gun out in the rehearsal. Really, he wants it very dramatic and very slow. I'm trying to sneak up on them. I take the gun out, and as I take, as it clears, as the barrel clears the hole, turn and cock the gun in the rehearsal. I turn and cock the gun goes off. It's supposed to be a cold gun. Nothing. No flash charges, nothing. Now, this is a puzzle to me. And this is making me very emotional now, but in my time, and I'm older now, but when I was younger and I was shooting guns and films, I've never seen a theatrical flash round with the material went through someone's armpit, came out their body, and hit somebody else in the shoulder.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if your department is prepared to go find out what comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what we are actually looking
Is
at.
that a lot? Because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah.
It hits her in the armpit, comes out her shoulder, goes into his shoulder, and he just told me on the phone, I talked to Joel. He said, they showed me the x-ray, and the shape of the thing in my shoulder is the shape of a bullet. I take the gun out slowly, I turn, I cock the pistol, bang, it goes up, she hits the ground, she goes down. He goes down, screaming. They were standing in positions they wouldn't ordinarily be in, because they assumed it was an empty, cold gun. We weren't shooting, we were rehearsing. That's a vital difference. So if she's here, if the camera's here, and she's standing here talking to the guy, and I'm on a bench here, and Joel's behind her, and this is not proportionate, because obviously the camera's not as big as her body, but I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line. Nobody. And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun goes off, she's right in front of me. I should have an empty gun.
Empty.
Or when we shot, for the rehearsal, empty. And then when we shot, the flash rounds and everybody preps, and then she says, hot gun, she announces it, and the crew gets ready.
But you didn't even get to that part.
I rehearsed with a hot gun. Now.
But you were supposed to be cold.
Well, it was supposed to be cold or empty, but now, not only did I rehearse with a hot gun, I rehearsed with a gun that had a bullet inside. If that's what came out of this show, this is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, so yeah, and that's why I wanted to make sure that anytime that you've shot a hot gun, you've never seen anything like this come out before.
Never.
Because I'm not familiar with prop guns. I could
Never.
tell you what a projectile looks like, and that does
Well,
look
let me
like
ask
a
you this.
projectile.
See, that's a bullet.
But yeah, so that's what comes out of.
Well, I think the question, I mean, I don't really want to tell you your job, but I'm so sick about this, so sickened by this, that a bullet passed through this girl's body. She's in critical condition in the hospital right now, and I fired the gun. And if you don't think I feel really about that, I do, but the question becomes, you ask Hannah, did you commingle live bullets? What they call live rounds. When they say live rounds, that's a bullet that a police officer would shoot. Where did that come from in her kit?
Yeah.
She commingled live rounds with dummy rounds or movie rounds.
Well, and we asked her. We asked her that. Do you know where you guys get the rounds from? Who orders it? Or you don't have any part of any of that?
Who, me?
Yeah, like,
That's her, yeah.
all familiar. Okay.
All I know is when we come to the set, you hand me a cold gun. Nothing's in it. We rehearse. Then we load the gun with the flash rounds and we shoot. That's it. Every time. We've never had a problem.
So you didn't even get part to that second part of you'll hand it back. I do want to ask you about Dave Hall. I understand sometimes she'll hand the gun off to Dave Halls and then he'll hand it to you. Did that happen at this incident?
No. I never recall ever doing it.
It was Hannah handing.
I never recall. I recall that when we would stop the scene, if we finished the scene, Halls is someone who is assumed by his position to be authorized to do nearly everything. So if I was doing a scene with you and we finished the scene, we finished your angle and we were going to turn around and shoot my angle, when they say turning around, that means it's time to go to the bathroom, go get a bottle of water, go get a coffee, go smoke a cigarette. We have a break. And if I was going to go to the bathroom, I'd hand Halls the gun to give to her. I would only hand it to her, or if she wasn't around, if she was awake, she'd be in the shop. They cleared it. And Halls the gun, he'd give it to her. Give this to Hannah.
So sometimes you would hand the gun to Halls, but you never, he never handed the gun to you.
No.
Okay.
No, never.
So you would hand it to him.
I'd pass it off to him if she was not on site, and I was going to run to use the bathroom. I was going to buy it. That's very typical. Halls is empowered and authorized to hand him the weapon. He's the only other person to hand the weapon after we were done. After we were done. Whether it was a cold gun with no things or flash rounds, I'd say hot gun, hand it to him. Well, usually not. Because usually it was a hot gun. If it was a hot gun we were going to shoot, she'd be right nearby. Okay. If I hit, other times we have rubber guns. We have fake guns. Yeah.
And specifically, right before this incident, Hannah handed you the gun and said cold. It wasn't Dave.
I don't be cold. No, Hannah handed me the gun.
Okay. It wasn't anybody else but Hannah.
No, Hannah handed me the gun.
And she specifically said.
I believe she said cold.
Okay, this is really key here because he's saying Hannah handed him the gun. But she says something else. She says that it was the assistant director, David Halls, who intervened and handed Baldwin the gun. This has been a really big issue here. Let's bring in our guests, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Franz Borchardt, and former law enforcement officer and domestic violence expert Claudia King. Franz, you know this has been a big point of contention. You gave us analysis all through Hannah Gutierrez's trial. We saw her convicted. We saw the videos. And we've got more Hannah Gutierrez coming up in the next couple hours, don't you worry. But Hannah Gutierrez, she said that she was away from the set, that David Halls took possession of that gun. Baldwin's saying something completely different. And we know that the state really wanted to bring Hannah in so that they could play around with the contradictory statements here. How key do you think it is who handed him the gun? How much does it matter really for Alec Baldwin, Franz?
So in the real world, if Claudia hands me a firearm, she's going to check to make sure it's not loaded. And then you're going to watch me. And it looks silly, right, Julie? You're going to watch me do the same thing Claudia does to make sure there's no round in the chamber and that it's unloaded. That's the real world. Hollywood's different, right? And does he have an obligation to check to make sure there's no round in the firearm? That someone, is it Hannah? Is it someone else? hands him. And I would argue, if I'm representing Alec Baldwin, I would argue when it's a firearms expert handing me the gun, no, I don't have an obligation to do it. Now, that doesn't get me around the whole pointing the firearm, which is a big issue, right? But, you know, it's to me, it's a very layered issue because does he have an obligation, regardless of who hands him a firearm, to ensure its safety, or because it's Hollywood, he doesn't have that same obligation, and his obligation's merely simply not to point it. And by the way, while I'm at it, how in the world did a live round end up in the firearm in the first place? So
Yes.
big issue, but I still think he has wiggle room.
Right. I'm so glad you brought that up, Franz, because I know that in the trial of Hannah Gutierrez, the government made a point to say, you know, we're going to explain to you how this happened. They said it in opening statements. Throughout the trial, we heard the evidence. It still wasn't apparent to me as a trial watcher. And I know many of you at home, it wasn't apparent to you either because you were telling me. And then we get to the closing and they argue that it was Hannah Gutierrez that brought it on the set. You know, I'm still personally not convinced that Hannah Gutierrez brought those live rounds onto the set. I'd like to hear more about the ammunition supplier, Mr. Seth Kenney, the guy who was in charge of bringing those boxes to the set, the guy that Hannah's supervisor was on the phone with right after Helena Hutchins was shot. And then that supervisor starts tossing evidence, throwing it away, throwing rounds in the trash. Neither of them were charged. Here we are. Claudia King, tell me, as we look at actor Alec Baldwin, you watched him in the tape moments ago. You heard the great points Franz was making. You know, this is a movie set. They also chose to use a real firearm, not a replica. They could have chosen a gun that was incapable of discharging anything, but they opted for the real thing. What are your thoughts watching Baldwin and his level of responsibility?
I totally agree with what Franz said, and Hollywood is different, but I think if you're going to use a firearm that is capable of shooting, then you have to do those safety checks. And I heard somebody else make the point that, you know, if this was a scene where he was supposed to put the gun to his own head, don't you think he would have probably triple checked it? And so why wouldn't he afford that same level of safety to anyone else where he would be pointing that weapon? So I think they're going to argue that Hollywood is different. The expert, you know, should have checked it for him and he should be in the clear. And I just think this is an opportunity for us to say, no, whether we're Hollywood, wherever we are, we have to be safer when we're messing with firearms, and everybody that touches it absolutely has to check it.
Right. I like that point, Claudia, you raised. If he were shooting a scene that required him to put the gun up to his head or any part of his body, you wonder, would he have checked it more carefully? That's a really great point. You know, I wonder if the prosecutor might go there with that. You know, would you take the same amount of care with yourself as you did in this case? Who knows? You know, he's also, you know, he's an actor. He's under the assumption that there are no live rounds on that set, but yet sadly they made it on. And maybe through his trial, we'll find out how they got there. We're gonna hit a break. Franz, Claudia, stand by, please. When we come back, we're gonna hear some jail phone calls. Hannah Gutierrez, Alec Baldwin's co-defendant. She's convicted, doing her time right now for the crime of involuntary manslaughter for the death of Helena Hutchins. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. The jury in the Karen Read trial has resumed their deliberations. You're looking at Karen Read's arrival earlier this morning. Friday, jurors said that they were deadlocked. The judge told them to keep on working. We're going to bring you any updates as soon as we have them. The clock's going to continue ticking on your screen as we go back to the Alec Baldwin manslaughter case. As the trial draws closer, the focus remains on the key players who have received most of the attention. Now remember, the victim in this case is Helena Hutchins, the 41-year-old cinematographer. She's a wife, she's a mother, killed on the set. Baldwin's co-defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, already convicted of the same crime Alec Baldwin's going to be tried of in the coming weeks. Now, Gutierrez's view of what really occurred on that tragic day in October contradicts what we just heard from Alec Baldwin. You heard me point out the biggest thing about the handing of the firearm. Let's take a listen together to Hannah Gutierrez's jail call with Camila Cisneros, who served as the second chair during her case.
Yeah, I understand, like that the judge is like, you know what, no matter what, it's a loss of life and everything. But it's like, like I've been punished for this for 2 years now, especially with the public, and I'm going to be punished for the rest of my life. Like, everybody in the whole world is going to know for the rest of my life. Like,
yeah, I know. And Hannah, not only that, like, I know how sorry you are about all of this. People know how sorry and how it's affected you every day of your life. We know. We know that. I don't care if I have to speak up and say something to the judge. I'm going to. I don't even care anymore. I told Jason I'm not going to sit there and be complicit and keep my mouth shut while Carrie sits here and lies and lies and lies.
I know.
It's all for her to get her little 5 minutes of fame.
I was kind of thinking that maybe my parents should make a statement to the press or something.
Mhm.
What do you think?
Well, Jason and I have been doing damage control. He actually did quite a few interviews about what's going on.
Oh, really?
So I'm glad. Yes. Which I was so thankful for. I'm like, Jason, you have to. You have to.
Well, I'm
we
like,
have to speak up for her.
Like the facts out there is like, 10 days out of 12 had gunfire, 12 days out of 12 had guns on set. Gabby said I was supposed to focus on props when I wasn't being armor. Like, when would I have had the time? She lied. Like, those emails, she told me to focus on both. She told me to focus on props more.
I know.
Like,
and then I looked at her PTI that she gave for the court to Carrie, dude, and it's way, way off. Carrie's lying to her the pre-trial interview. Carrie's lying to her, telling her crazy, dude, crazy, lying
the whole time.
Yes, and Todd is sitting there, bro. Todd
just let it happen.
Yeah.
So wait, what's Carrie telling her?
Girl, just lying. She remember how Carrie in her closing statement said something about how incompetent you could have been because you tried to let a child go and blah blah blah. Gabby says in the interview that Alec Baldwin and Alec kept trying to bond with the child, and it was his idea, and everybody kept shooting it down, including Hannah and I. Gabrielle says.
Really? Yeah.
She said we had a discussion about this, and Hannah was not for it. She did not want them to go do that. She's like, and then Carrie tells her.
In my text messages, I said that I'd be willing to train him if his family wanted.
Yeah, safely, yes, because he was being crazy. He kept grabbing on set, making things dangerous. How is that your problem? You brought that problem to the attention.
Exactly.
You brought it to their attention. Hey, listen, this kid is making things dangerous.
Yeah, I said it out loud. I said, who let the child get the gun? Like, what the It was just sitting there on the ground, and Dave and everybody was around. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of wrote something that I think maybe my mom should say or something, but I'm going to talk to Jerry's mom, Donna, and see if she can kind of spruce it up. And I'll get it sent over to my mom, and we can talk about it on Tuesday or something.
Yeah, perfect. That'll be perfect.
Because I'm like,
Hannah, I don't trust Carrie not to be recording these phone calls. So these aren't lawyer calls when you make them to us. So you have to just not talk about anything because of the appeal. Okay, promise me that. Not with your family, not with anybody.
Well, I talked about a couple of things already, but I
won't. You can't, Hannah. You can't. Okay, listen to me, please.
Okay.
I don't trust that. Like, seriously.
What would they? Yeah.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you. Okay.
All right.
On Tuesday.
I love you.
I love you too. No, you don't have to hang up. I'm just telling you we'll talk about what we need to talk about on Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay.
Shot at your appeal, and I think we do have a shot, dude. We
Yeah.
have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There was too much going on. Too much.
A lot of the girls in here, and they all said that Mary usually sentenced them to prison over pretty much nothing.
All right, coming up, we're going to hear more of Hannah Gutierrez's jail calls. We hear a conversation between the armor and her mother next.
Tonight on Court TV.
These are the big cases that everyone is talking about.
A lot of new developments taking place.
Shocking.
I know who killed John Bonet.
To say the least.
You cannot make this stuff up.
It's unreal. The scene of the double murders is behind us right here. Things are happening. The investigation is continuing.
Closing arguments with Vinnie Politan. Tonight at 8/7 Central. Only on Court TV.
Knife that you may find maybe possibly at a gas station or just in a plethora of different areas.
I know just from being a person in the world that there are a lot of knives out there. There's a lot of folding knives, there's a lot of different kinds of knives, but I'm not an expert in knives, and so I don't know how many and where you can get these.
Okay. But when you examine this particular knife, it wasn't such an uncommon knife that you never seen a knife with similar characteristics. Would that be fair?
That would be fair. I've seen folding knives before with single edge blades.
Okay. Based upon your experience, is a folding knife with a single edge blade, is that common that you would come across in your analysis?
Again, I can't really speak to the commonality of the type of knife. I have been submitted single edge blades before. I've been submitted folding knives before.
So if I were to, I guess, show you item 47 side by side with exhibit 31, would you be in a position to say whether or not they had similar characteristics, or you would have to have the knife?
I would have to have the knife. I can't do an examination on the stand. I want to look at both of them with just visually, and then put them under the stereo microscope and observe characteristics as well.
Okay, so you're not in a position to say whether or not these knives have similar characteristics from your vantage point of being on the stand, correct?
Correct. I would not want to perform an exam while on the stand.
Now, your inability to, I guess, secure the screws in item 47 as to the position they were originally in prior to disassemble, to what level would you, I guess, estimate would affect your ability to do a proper test cut analysis?
So just like that blue and silver folding knife, if I hadn't been able to get the blade to stay in the open position and close it and get it to in some working order, then I would say that I wouldn't be able to, that would provide a limitation to that exam. For the Stanley folding knife, I was able to put it back together in a way that allowed me to keep the blade in the open position and open and close it repeatedly, and then perform those test cuts.
Okay. Was the blade, was it loose a little bit when you, I guess, were able to put the screws in it?
It did not feel loose.
You indicated that one of the screws in the handle didn't fit securely?
I'm sorry, do you mean the Stanley folding?
For item 47.
For the Stanley folding knife, there was one of the screws that didn't seem like it went all the way through, but I didn't know what it looked like beforehand. All I knew was, like I said, that I was able to put it back together, to keep the blade in the open position, and to open and close it repeatedly. So it seemed like it was in working order.
Now, when you, I guess, simulated or performed these test cuts, did you have any type of hard surface that was behind the jacket that would, I guess, somewhat simulate a body?
I was using styrofoam behind the garment, which is a suitable type of substance to use when performing test cuts.
You said styrofoam is a suitable type of substance?
Correct. Yes.
How does styrofoam compare, I guess, as far as its rigidness or hardness compared to a human skull?
Well, it's recommended as a type of substrate that we can use when performing these. So I would say there are some similarities there. Obviously, it's not going to be the exact same as skin or tissue.
Okay. Do you ever use like gel, ballistic gel, or anything like that?
We don't have that available in the lab right now.
Have you ever used ballistics gel in any type of test cuts?
I have not used ballistics gel.
Is ballistics gel, as far as you know, in the industry, is that a common practice, or is it only styrofoam? If you know.
It can be used. I've read journal articles where they talk about ballistic soaps and ballistic gel.
Okay. And in those articles, is there a comparison between ballistics gel or ballistic soaps compared to styrofoam?
No, I haven't seen an article like that.
styrofoam and bleaching?
No, I have not.
What is the width, I guess, of the styrofoam that you use?
I actually don't recall. I didn't take note of that in my notes.
Okay. Do you know how far you entered the knife into that styrofoam?
I took the test cuts at different levels of penetration into the styrofoam, so I made short, quick stab actions, and then when at least as far as I could go, most of the time it was halfway through, the blade was halfway through that. So I used varying levels of penetration into that styrofoam.
Were you provided a copy of the autopsy report prior to performing your analysis?
No, I was not.
If the autopsy report would have contained the depth of the cuts or the incisions on the body, could that have helped you in your analysis when you performed the test cuts to know how maybe approximately how far you would go into that styrofoam?
Well, I try to keep myself from having too much information that I don't need when performing my exam, so I don't want to bias myself in any way. So when I am performing these test cuts, all I can do is try to perform test cuts in varying angles of the blade as it penetrates the substrate and different levels of penetration and how far that blade will go through. So I just try to make sure that the test cuts that I'm creating show a range of variety and characteristics of how that blade would create damage into a material.
Okay, were you ever able to come to any conclusion or I guess estimation of where maybe a person would have been standing in relation to the victim to perform these cuts?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, can you rephrase it?
Were you able to ever come to any conclusion of where an attacker might have been in relation to the victim in order to perform these cuts?
No, that's not part of the scope of my analysis.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further. Questions from the jury? Don't see anything. You may sit down. Give the sentence back. Your next witness?
This time the people call Tiara White.
State your name and spell for the record.
My name is Tiara White, Tiara-White.
Okay, Ms. White, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up a little louder because everyone has to be able to hear you. Keep the mic a little closer to your mouth. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. White, do you know somebody by the name of Michael Jackson Bolanos?
I do.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you just point to him and describe where he's sitting for the record?
In the middle of the table.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So noted.
And ma'am, have you been in a romantic relationship with the defendant for some period of time?
I have.
And when did that relationship start?
Early September.
2023?
Yes.
Okay. And there's there was some video that has been shown and some photos of 454 West Alexandria Street. Did you live there back in October of 2023?
I did.
And did the defendant stay with you from time to time?
Yes.
And looking behind you at the screen, what's been displayed here is Exhibit 89, page 56 for the record. Are you familiar with that jacket?
Yes.
And is that the defendant's jacket?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to he needs to ask open-ended questions.
Judge, under 611D, I believe I'm allowed to read this to the witness.
Judge overruled.
And ma'am, just to be clear, that's the defendant's jacket, correct?
Correct.
And at some point after the date of October 21st of 2023, did you wash that jacket?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was that you washed it?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. But it would have been obviously before the police came to your apartment on November 30th.
Yes, I believe it had been about a month or so time in between.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No more questions.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. White, you indicated that you have been in a relationship with Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated for the record that you indeed washed this jacket, correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jackson Bolanos ask you to wash this jacket?
No.
What was the reason that you ended up washing this jacket?
Out of habit. We live together, so I do the laundry.
Do you regularly do Mr. Jackson Bolanos' laundry?
Yes.
Has he ever asked you previously to do his laundry?
No.
Now, let's talk about the date that you did this laundry. Where was this jacket when you went to go do this laundry?
In the laundry basket.
And did you have an opportunity to look at this jacket before you put it in the laundry?
Not as far as analyzing, no.
Did you see it though?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw it, did you see anything shocking about this jacket?
No. Not to the naked eye.
Did you see blood on this jacket?
Not at all.
Did you see blood on any of the clothing that was inside of that hamper?
Not at all.
And you indicated that you don't recall when you washed this, correct?
Yes.
But that you are in the habit of consistently washing the clothes in the house, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's also briefly talk about the night in question, the 20/21st. Isn't it true that you and Mr. Jackson Bolanos have always shared location with one another?
Correct.
That location has never been turned off since you guys have been in a relationship with one another, correct?
No.
So any point in time, you're able to see exactly where he is.
Yes.
And he is able to see exactly where you are.
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has previously told you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has not wanted you to do his laundry before?
No.
Okay. Is it your understanding that he has? Is it your understanding that he has in fact washed his own clothes previously?
In life?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you did this just because you chose to do this?
Absolutely.
So no part of him that requested this of you?
No.
Now, on the night in question, or I guess the morning in question, at 5 a.m. on the 21st, when Mr. Jackson Bolanos came home, did he appear to you to be covered in blood?
Not at all.
Did he appear to you to look as if he had just gotten into some argument with someone or anything? Did anything appear different about him?
Not at all.
Okay. If there had been something such as this, do you think that you would have had an inclination of it?
Yes.
Okay. When he came home that night or any time after that night, did you notice any scars on him?
No.
Any scratches on him?
No.
Any wounds on him?
No.
Nothing that appeared as if he had been in any sort of fight?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions from the jury? Okay, thank you. That's what this.
Your Honor, just some of the people called Detective Patrick Lane.
Patrick Lane, Patrick-Lane.
Sir, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department Homicide Section.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Going on 10 years.
And what's your current role as a homicide detective with the Detroit Police Department?
I work in a homicide task force as a detective.
And as part of that role, did you play a part in the investigation into the death of Samantha Wool?
Yes.
And in connection with your role in the investigation, did you have an opportunity to take a statement from somebody on November 30th of 2023?
Yes.
And the individual that you took a statement from on that day, November 30th, 2023, you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you point to him for the record and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a purple suit.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So voted for the record.
And where was this particular statement taken?
At our homicide, at headquarters in our homicide floor.
Okay, and is that in the city of Detroit and in Wayne County?
Yes.
And when that statement was taken, was there anybody present other than yourself and the defendant?
It was just he and I for the first hour. Sergeant Ford joined in after that.
That's Sergeant C. Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how long the defendant had been in custody at the time that you spoke with him?
I don't. Maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And to get him to make a statement, did you make any sort of threats to him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you use any sort of force on him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you use any sort of coercion on him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe when talking to him that he had been deprived of adequate food, sleep, or medication or anything like that?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that he was intoxicated or under the influence of anything at the time that you spoke with him?
Not that I could tell.
And in your experience, do you have some experience looking for signs of whether somebody is intoxicated or under the influence of something?
Some.
And nothing stuck out at you?
Correct.
Okay. Before you took a statement from him, did you advise him of anything?
His constitutional rights.
And was that advice of rights documented in any way?
It is.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 106. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is this a copy of an advice of rights form?
It is.
And is that what's commonly known as Miranda rights?
It is.
And when you advised the defendant of his Miranda rights, did he indicate whether or not he understood those rights?
He did.
And did he agree to waive those rights and speak with you?
By way of his signature, yes.
Okay, and his signature is on that form that you're holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 106?
Yes.
And were you there when he signed that form?
I was, yes.
And does that form appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the original that was executed in your presence back on November 30th of 2001?
It is.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 106.
People's 106
6 as admitted. And for purposes of this statement, was this statement recorded in any way?
By audio and video.
And just pulling up Exhibit 106 really quick. Do you see where my cursor is? Can you just read this sort of paragraph in the jury?
I understand these are my rights under the law. I have not been threatened or promised anything, and I now desire and agree to answer any questions put to me or make a statement.
Okay, and whose signature or whose handwriting is right here?
That's mine.
And how about next to it to the right?
That's the defendant's.
Okay. Your Honor, I would pass for any voir dire to voluntariness at this time if there is any.
You would.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you mentioned that the statement was recorded, is that correct?
Yes.
And that recording has audio and video?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that recording in preparation for testifying today?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 107. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that that recording is contained on this disc?
Yes.
And other than audio redactions for certain content that isn't admissible in court, would it be fair to say this is a fair and accurate recording of the statement that you took from the defendant back on November 30th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 107.
People's 107 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we start this, I want to ask, at the time of this statement, was there any DNA evidence that came back in connection with the defendant on this case?
No.
And did you have a certain approach or strategy going into this particular interrogation?
I did.
And what was that approach?
Well, we knew that there was a question of stolen glasses that were pawned by Michael Jackson Bolanos. So I started with that line of questioning to see if he had any knowledge of that. There was also break-ins in cars going on in that area, which was documented by video and corroborated with phone records from him.
Okay, and what was the purpose, I guess, of starting with those less serious issues than going straight into asking him about Samantha Wool?
Just to warm up, getting a banter with him.
Okay. Now, during the course of an interrogation, do you always share with a subject of an interrogation all of the information that you have on that person?
Not right away.
And what's the purpose of that?
Again, just to see where his mindset's at, the truthfulness of his answers, seeing if he'll admit to anything we might present to him.
And during the course of interrogations, do you sometimes use deception on your interrogation suspect?
Yes.
And what would be sort of an example of that?
I mean, the case in point here is that I believe he believed he was being arrested for those question about stolen sunglasses or stolen glasses. That would be one form of deception.
Do you sometimes tell interrogation subjects that you have more evidence on them than you actually have?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of doing something like that?
To keep that dialogue open, just to see if he'll give us any more information.
And the use of deception on the subject of an interrogation, is that a common form of interrogation method that's accepted in the police community?
Yes.
And did you use some of that tactic here in terms of your interrogation of the defendant?
I didn't so much as Sergeant Ford did, but because I was presenting photographs and asking questions about where his whereabouts were that night. So those were known things to me. They weren't really deception.
Okay. And I want to start publishing Exhibit 107.
Okay.
Skipping ahead to 32 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. And again, these two people that we're seeing in the video at this point, who are these people?
That's myself and the defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, do you mind if I take a seat? That's fine. Thanks.
So they told you why they brought you here, right?
Yeah, man, I got pulled over. I was leaving my girl's apartment changing my ring camera, and the troopers was waiting at the corner. I guess I was already turning in to go into the store, but they pulled me over, said my name was clear, but then somebody called and was like, I got to speak to some detectives about some property, so I'm here today to answer your question.
I appreciate you. Got a height, I need the last name.
Jackson Bolano.
What is your current address?
That's right on my,
This here?
Yes.
19371.
My current address was really like homeless for.
Homeless?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, it's not by choice, but it's just like bad luck of tyrants type.
What is your phone number?
248-906-5529.
906.
5529.
Okay. Do you have your other numbers?
No, sir.
All right.
They say it was like some property, like I'm being arrested for something.
Well, I mean, you are in custody. We'll see how this goes to figure out whether you'll stay in custody.
Okay. Supposed to be at work at 2.
Where do you work?
At Fresh Roots, 97 West Warren.
97?
Right there by the potato place, across from Wayne State.
By Wayne State?
I'm a manager.
Okay. I'm sorry, you say you started what time?
I started at 2, but 2:45. I was supposed to take my girl to Zuzu for a job interview.
What is that?
A restaurant downtown.
Zuzu?
Yeah, Zuzu.
Is it a restaurant? You said it's a restaurant? What kind of restaurant?
High end, I believe.
Okay. So this is a divisive rights form. All right, I need to. You completed school? High school?
Yes, sir.
You know how to read and write?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Read this first line for me, the initial there, if you understand what that means.
So if I'm reading my anger rights out loud,
Yes.
so I'm being arrested.
No, I said you are in custody.
Okay.
Yeah. You did hear it out loud though. Right. I need to hear it out loud. Yeah.
I have the right to remain silent. I do not have any answer any questions put to me or make any statements.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Like an initial there, did you understand that?
Let's stop at 36 minutes and 2 seconds. Is he initialing the advice of rights form at this time?
Yes, he is.
And what hand is he using to initial it?
His right hand.
Resuming the video.
Any statement I make or any claim could be used against me in a court of law. Okay. Crazy. I have the right to an attorney later present before the jury time or answer any questions, make a statement. Just do that. how far that turn will be for me. I can't decide any time to stop words and
So those last two lines, read that out loud.
what I have, oh, I understand that you there's a law I have not heard, and I promise that you can, I'm not desired to.
And so the signature signifies that you understand your rights. Okay. So they told me you were talking about something about a pawn shop, right?
Yeah, they said something about a pawn shop. I don't steal, I don't hit no licks, I didn't rob anybody, I don't know nothing.
So
like, I didn't rob no pawn shops, I don't know nothing about no pawn shop.
have you been to a pawn shop?
I have been to a pawn shop. I saw a pair of glasses that I found.
A pair of glasses you found?
Yeah, I found a pair of glasses, so like when I was walking downtown and like I was leaving the mix, it's Bricktown and shit.
Mix, I know the mix, yeah.
And the dude had lost his glasses and I just grabbed him, just like you feel me, like off the floor between the back doorway and just.
Oh, inside the mix?
No, not inside the mix, it was outside, like he was standing outside, they have the outside part and then like where you go in through the back. So the outside part is in the back. He was right here, he dropped his glasses, he had dreads, he got the tripping out. Like, oh man, I lost my glasses. I'm just watching, on looking, but I got the glasses. I didn't take them, I didn't strong arm, I didn't do nothing to nobody. So, yeah.
But you didn't give them back?
No, I didn't give them back. I didn't give them back.
Why not?
I mean, dropped them like, I'm homeless. Like, you feel me?
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't, so, nothing, well, nothing. I know I've been to the one on 8 Mile and I don't remember the time or the date, but I know that was when I took them glasses and saw them there. Like nothing, I didn't do commit no crime to get them or nothing.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's kind of like a gray area, right?
What do you mean?
You saw who dropped them, you could have just handed them back to him, but instead you.
Well, I mean, I seen the guy tripping with dreads, you feel me? So when I went to go get the glasses, I just see a guy tripping, oh, I lost my glasses. I'm not sure to say that I physically seen him drop them, but you feel me? This guy was tripping out like, I lost my glasses, asking everybody in the club, hey, you seen my glasses? You seen my glasses?
Okay. All right.
But yeah, that's the only time I've been to a pawn shop was on 8 Mile, and I could take you up there, or you could take me up there. Okay,
Well, that's what's got us talking to you.
Okay.
So, this person may report that his glasses were stolen. Okay.
I didn't steal them.
And with the pawn shops, there's a program that you can research. The glasses have serial numbers. Some glasses have serial numbers, right? So they were put in the system and stolen, and filed it back to where you had sold them.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how we're talking about that today.
Okay.
All right. Your phone, where is it at? Is it in your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why? What's happening with my phone? What am I in my phone for?
Part of our investigations is that we often go through phones to see if there's anything to corroborate what we already know. All right. Any text messages, any photos of any items that might have been taken.
Oh no, I don't have nothing. I'm telling you right now, my own mouth. I took a pair of glasses to this pawn shop and sold them.
Okay.
They only gave me like $300. I could pay whatever the glasses are. Like I could give them $400 or something.
Right.
I didn't commit no crime in getting them. I didn't take them strong arm. I didn't rob nobody.
I hear you.
I didn't threaten nobody. I didn't do nothing.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
What color?
It's got a black case on it.
You don't know what color it is?
I think it's pink or red.
Okay. And that's that 248 number?
Yes, sir.
Is there a code on it?
No, it's facial recognition, but
usually there's a code for a backup, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I got a code, but I can't remember right now because I'm kind of nervous because I don't know what's going on. Like, I didn't do nothing. Like, I'm telling you. But,
Okay, well, that's what we're here to talk about. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay?
Yes, sir. But it's not on my property, so I don't want to give you permission for my phone.
It's not on your property.
Meaning it's in my car.
Right?
Right. It wasn't on my person.
So you're saying that's not your phone?
No, that's my phone, but I'm saying it wasn't on my person, so how can I give you permission to go through my phone that wasn't on me?
Easy, it's your phone.
Right, but how can I give you permission? I'm telling
It's
you.
your property, right?
Right, it's my property, but I'm telling you everything. Like, I'm telling you everything. Like, I went to this pawn shop, I saw a pair of glasses that I found that a guy lost at the club, and that was it.
Okay.
I don't know nothing else. Like, I'm not involved in nothing. I don't rob, I don't steal. I work, I'm a manager at Fresh Roots. Look, I was supposed to be at work today at 2 o'clock. I was on my way to work. I don't commit no crime. I'm sorry for this mishap. If this guy or the victim or something or whatever, I could pay him or something. Please, I'm not trying to go to jail. I don't do nothing wrong.
We have been getting so many cars broken into downtown, okay? And that's why you're here today. We want to talk to you about that.
Sorry.
One thing leads to another, as far as me looking at you, okay? Because of that, I started looking at you for other meanings.
Okay.
All right. I understand what you're saying about that. I get that. It can happen.
I don't do B&Es. Like, I haven't committed nothing with no. Like, I haven't done nothing.
And these breaks in the audio, those are audio redactions, is that correct?
Yes.
I've been working. I have not committed no crimes. I'm literally homeless. I sleep in my car.
Okay.
I sleep in my car.
So who stays on the boulevard? Or not the boulevard?
Mac?
The apartment building.
What apartment building?
What street is that? Off of Woodward.
Alexandria?
Yeah, Alexandria, yeah.
My girl. That's my girl. Like, that's my new girl. She's a server and stuff like that. Like, I'm not on no bullshit with nobody.
Mm-hmm.
She stays there. You feel me? And I sleep there from time to time because I work at Fresh Roots. It's right up the street. I'm just trying to stay my money. Tierra White. Yes, sir. I'm just trying to stack my money, man. I go to work from her house, and that's it. Like, I don't do nothing.
You can't stay with her?
I do stay with her when, like, at night times and stuff like that. But the way, like, the leasing for all apartments, you know, they want to know who's staying with who. So I try to be, like, so she doesn't get in any trouble. If I come at night, or I probably stay in the bed. Just keep our girls to her gate. I sleep in my car, too. Like, man, I'm not thinking up to nothing. I swear. I don't commit no crimes. I just want to work. I'm a manager. I just got, you can ask my boss, Fatima Ezekiel. Like, I don't do nothing, bro. I literally am on the right track, sir.
Okay. So, as I said, you were on our radar, right?
Okay.
So we've had you followed for a while.
Okay.
And we can track you with cameras everywhere.
Okay.
Right? And we've seen you trying doors on other cars on a particular night.
You seen me?
Yes.
Me physically. Do I have any pictures, please? That's not me.
That's not you?
No, sir.
Sure about that?
Sure about that. What is that?
Same phone.
What is this?
So I'm going to ask you. The apartment on the Alexandrian, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we were able to follow you from your apartment all over downtown.
all over downtown.
Yes, downtown.
But I was not
But
hitting
you
no
were-
cars. I'm really like homeless. I walk around.
Mhm.
I have not hit no cars or nothing.
I mean, but the cameras and us following you say different.
Bro, I'm not hitting no cars on myself. Listen, this is me right here.
Mhm. And this is you leaving an area where you were empty-handed and then coming back out with a bag.
From stores. This was a store. This is a store bag.
Yeah, it is.
Store bag, right?
But it's not, there was no store open.
The gas station is open. If I'm downtown area, the gas stations aren't open. So why isn't that a store that was open?
Because you got this after going into a parking structure.
I didn't get nothing going after going into no parking structure. I have not hit no cars. I do not hit cars. I don't do that. I'm not lying to you, sir. I literally work every day. I get up, I go to work. I've been working for the last 2 months at this job. I'm a manager. I have not committed no wrongs. I don't go downtown to go hit cars. My auntie stays on Mac. You know where that's at? Y'all know everything about me, right? Y'all know everything about me. So y'all say y'all watching me. I'm literally, I walk around downtown. I do not steal. I do not commit no crimes. I'm not strong arming, robbing nobody. I'm not stealing from properties or doing nothing of the sort, sir. I'm not. I've literally been on this right track forever. I'm 28. I'm homeless. I just applied for a bridge card. I got a bridge card. I sleep in my car. How embarrassing this is. I was with a girl at first when we were together for 3 years. The reason I was changing the Ring camera because that's her apartment, Airbnb, not Sierra, but another girl. You feel me? I'm changing the apartment, and that's where I be at. That's who I was with all this time. Sierra is my new girlfriend because me and my last girlfriend broke up because she lives with her mom downtown. Sometimes I walk on Brush Street. Sometimes I walk by Ford Field, bro. I have nowhere to go. I literally take showers at my new girl's house and go to work. I'm trying to stack up my money so I can invest into my new job's business. I'm not on no bullshit with anybody, bro. I would tell you anything. I would tell you weed houses, fucking Syrian trafficking houses. I would tell you all that, and that's all on the east side. I would tell you anything you need to know. I'm not on no bullshit, bro. Please, I swear I'm not on no bullshit. This is me. And that's me too, but I swear I never even went in no cars, bro. I went to the store for some bags.
Which store?
It's a BP gas station. It's something over there by Jefferson. It's a BP gas station, all type of gas stations over there. I never, listen, I don't go in cars or nothing. I don't, I'm looking at you as a man to man. As when I was a kid, I
Don't
was
do
just,
that.
no, listen.
I need to have to prove you wrong.
I mean, listen, if you prove me wrong, listen, I'm telling you, I have not been committing no crimes. I have not been doing nothing. I don't steal cars anymore. I don't do nothing of that. I got a chauffeur's license. My name is good. My driving record is good. I'm like trying to be a productive citizen. I'm working.
What time did you leave out that night?
What time did I leave out this night? I don't remember. It's like no times. I don't remember.
Do you remember this day?
I don't remember none of these days, but that's me. I don't remember the date or times, but I know this right here. I didn't know.
How long did you stay out at night?
Well, when the weather was straight, like I would just stay out. Like I would go for walks to clear my head.
Yeah.
I would go for walks to clear my head, but that's me too.
Kind of dark, but yes.
Let me see.
To the parking structure we're talking about, you scaled this wall into a parking structure, and you came out with this bag. Your hands were empty going in, but you came out with this bag.
I didn't scale no parking structure. I most definitely didn't scale no parking structure. I didn't scale no parking structure. That's not even me. This is me walking right here with bags I came from the store. This store is all over there. This is, bro. I don't know what time I left. I'm not making none of this up. I'm not trying to bust your balls. I'm not lying to you. I'm being honest. I will tell you anything you need to know. I don't hit cars. I don't steal cars. I don't rob pawn shops. I don't do nothing. I took some glasses to a pawn shop that I found where Sierra White works at the Mix. She's a server. Y'all say y'all been surveillance, and y'all see I don't do nothing. I'm not committing crimes. I literally go to work.
That's not true. We have been surveilling you, and this particular night, they surveilled you from home, walking all around Jefferson, Lafayette, Larned. You were standing on Canfield for a time. You're walking down by the stadium, you were...
Yeah, I'm all around homeless. I feel walk into my head. I don't want to overcrowd my girl like she's already letting me into her space and stuff like that. My original girl that I was with before, Tierra White, lives on Brush Street with her mama.
Okay.
Those new apartments.
Brush and what?
I'm not sure. So when I'm coming from Mac, if I make a left, it's those newer white apartments.
Okay.
Those newer white apartments with like all the glass facing. That's it. Like, bro, I don't do nothing, bro. Like, this is just...
So,
like, you could survey me.
we have, like, a lot. I'm telling you. So you obviously must know this, right? We're in the age of cameras and surveillance, right?
I know you can't escape the eye. That's the brother. I know you can't escape the eye.
Exactly.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, please. I'm not doing nothing wrong.
So, from 12:30 at night when you left home, her home, right?
Okay.
All the way to 4, almost 5 o'clock in the morning, you returned.
Right. I walked to my auntie house, which is on Mac. You feel me? Check. I didn't go inside or nothing. I just normally walk. I just walk, bro. I literally go out walk. I walk to the store. I grabbed some stuff because I came back with some snacks for her and shit. You feel me? Like, I didn't do nothing, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro. And that's not me. So, like, this right here, this is me. You say you know something I don't. All right, so tell me.
I'm telling you.
I know.
I followed you from there. Tons of different cameras and angles all along. Yes, you walk, but you also go in the parking lots and try
I don't try handles. You want to know what I really do? I don't try no handles. I don't jump over the parking lot to nothing. I walk around and free my fucking mind, bro, because I'm homeless. I'm 28. I'm 28, just trying to make it, bro. I'm 28, struggling. I was just living off a girl for 3 years that works at Chrysler. I was just working at Chrysler. I'm not trying to commit no crime.
And stopping the video at 53 minutes and 30 seconds. Who is now taking a seat in the room?
Sergeant Stephen Ford.
Okay. Resuming the video?
Yes.
I'm not doing nothing. I literally was just walking, bro, to free my mind. This is Tierra White's house, me leaving. You said from 12 to 5, yes, I walk. Ask Tierra, you can call Tierra right now, here's her number. Hey, Michael Jackson, does he leave your house to walk at night? She'll tell me, yeah, he goes to free his mind or some shit. Like, bro, I'm in so fucked up, bro. I have no money in my bank account. I have no bank accounts. I don't go out to commit crimes. I'm literally struggling inside my head in this playground of doing right all the time, and I'm doing right. I work at Fresh Roots. I became a manager. That's how hard I'm working, and I'm trying to invest into this. I swear to you. About 2 months or a month ago. I'm sorry for but still, it's like, I'm not trying to do no wrong. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not trying to bush all balls or something. I would tell you like,
you get past the bullshit. Every time there's a picture taken, your cell phone is along with the picture. Right. So we know these pictures are you. Right. So, I mean, there's no question. We're not even asking.
Right. I know it's me.
That is you. So, all the way down to you on the park structure.
I never jumped no wall.
Guarantee, listen to this. Every picture's taken. We have a cell phone ping matching it. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So you know, your phone is always sending out information, right? Right. It's talking to the towers. Right. So it's talking to towers here, it's talking to towers here, here. I mean, those are the same. You know what I'm saying? Right? So we have you pretty much locked down. Your whole route. Okay. You never went to your auntie house. You never did.
I never went to my auntie house. When I leave her house, I literally go to my auntie house. On Mac. I cross Grand River, past Motor City. I literally go to my auntie house.
Past Motor City?
Yeah, past Motor City. I walk all the way around. I literally walk downtown.
Yes, you go straight downtown, Grand Surface Park, go through to Grand River, walk up Grand River, what's that guy called? Madison? Is that Madison? Straight up Madison, cross Fashion, over to, okay, go this same way. Antietam, walk down the ride. I mean, we have you all the way, bro. Man, all the way.
That's crazy. But I'm not hitting no cars.
Why am I lying to you?
No, you're not lying to me.
That was your
I'm
lie.
not hitting those cars though. I'm not hitting those cars.
You're literally clicking on door handles. Matter of fact, when you get up here, you put on gloves. We see it all.
Right there, right there.
I mean, that shit not to lie about. I mean, we showing it to you.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm not showing it to me, but I'm not.
I don't know why you put the gloves on. I don't know.
I'm not hitting no cars.
Look, I know you have your heart. Listen, I know you have your heart. And I can understand that.
I swear I'm not. Cause I'm not robbing nobody. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not doing nothing, bro.
You didn't make the cars. So what? Right now, we have you doing that. You understand why security got that whole area over there, the town, behind Harvard Town, all on lock. Every step you made was on video. That whole area. Didn't you see that big ass building you was out there? Just on the water side? When you walk past Enterprise car? You don't remember that?
All that whole area, yes, I was over there, but I was not hitting no cars.
But why would you jump on the parking structure?
I didn't even jump on the parking structure. I climbed over this. This wall looks familiar, now that I'm not trying to bullshit you or nothing. This wall, you told me I jumped over a wall. I had to look at the structure. The structure is by Harvard Town.
Yeah.
For sure, I jumped over that wall. But, bro, all right, man. So, man, it's a group of guys, bro. This is why I'm telling you, I'm not hitting cars.
That's what I wanted you to say.
Listen.
How many guys is it?
Listen, I'm not saying it's a group of guys, but it's a group of guys that ask for cars. They go on Telegram or shit like that, or then they tell you like, hey, yeah, if you can find sketch, you can make money, bro. Instagram, if you go to Instagram, 717 Trine, you feel me? They only ask to take pictures of cars, bro. That's all I was doing.
So why are you hitting the handles?
I'm not hitting the handles.
Dude, we see you. We see you.
I'm not hitting the handles.
That's good stuff.
Oh, I'm not. All I do was take pictures. All I'm just gonna take pictures of stuff.
Do you understand video?
Yes, I understand video.
We
Video's never gonna lie. Video's never gonna lie.
have 630 gigs of video of just you. That's no lie, no exaggeration. 630 gigs of video just of you.
What can I do, like, bro? I'm trying to cooperate. Like, I swear I'm not trying to get no jail time.
We just trying to explain, for you to explain.
I would go undercover. I would get you the guys from the races. I'd get you the guys that's stealing all the cars, Hellcats, all that, bro. Listen, I just really want to work, bro. That's all. I have a daughter that I've never seen.
So, how did you know about this area here?
My homeboy Weedsboro lives in there. Well, like, if you ever heard of like Babyface Ray the Rapper and all them, the people that be close in their inner circles, like I'm a music manager. If you go on my Instagram, I manage artists. I manage 2 local artists from the east side. So we're always in the same venues. But the same guys that still be doing the rapping and all the street shit be trying to pay people. I'm 28, bro. What I look like? I'm fucked up. I don't have no cheese. I work to try to take care of everything I need. I pay everything out of pocket. I've been on my own forever. All I was just doing was going around taking pictures of cars. I took a picture of a fucking white Challenger Scat Pack, you feel me? That was it.
So what is this?
That's from the store. I told you I went to the store, bro. I'm not capping about that. I really went to the store on Jefferson. Like, I'm not lying.
Let's go.
It's a gas station. It was a gas station.
You walked by the gas station. Yes, you're absolutely right. You walked by.
Right. I went to a
Listen to him. Didn't I just tell you how much video we had?
Right. I'm not trying to lie.
The gas station you walked by, matter of fact, was a green light.
Right. You walked with BP.
Yeah, you walked by it. Then you walked by the Golden Foods, and you walked down the street. Then you walked down to, I'm going to lie about the name of the street. What is that down there? White?
No, I know listen, I know where I walked to. I walked all that way for sure. But I know you didn't go that night, bro.
Listen to this. Do you see that bag when you jump up here? You see that bag right now?
This is not even going that way.
This is coming back. That's coming back. This is going back. So, take this first. So you walk.
I never left no parking structures with no bags.
Listen here. When you're absolutely right. And you threw that in the bush before you jumped up here.
I threw what in the bush?
That bag.
No, bro. No.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's
Right in the bush.
the bag. You jumped on the parking structure, put on the glove, right?
Oh, I already had gloves on.
We can see you putting gloves on when you get up there. We see it.
I already had gloves on. You can see me fixing them. I already had gloves on.
Okay, that's fine.
Listen, I'm not hitting no cars. All they want me to do is take pictures of cars, of Scat Packs and Hellcats. You feel me? That's it, bro.
Well, I don't understand. You taking pictures. So what does you taking pictures have to do with you hitting up the handles? What was the purpose of hitting the handles? Where were your handles?
I'm not remembering hitting handles. I'm not trying to bullshit you, bro. Like, I'm being honest. I would give y'all anything. Anything, bro. I'm not capping to y'all. I'm looking both y'all in y'all eyes, bro. I would give y'all anything y'all want. I'm not trying to be locked up. I'm not committing crime. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not stealing nothing. I don't know.
So let's break this up. You leave your girl's apartment, right? Go through downtown. Walk over through Rivard, right? Go over to Harlem.
I walk all downtown.
Yes, you walk. We added it up. You walked 8 miles. 8 fucking miles. You were going from 12
to like 5 or something.
To 5, yes.
Yeah, I walk just what they want me to do, bro. They just want me to take pictures of cars. I could, listen, I'm not bullshitting you, bro. Like, I could take all over. They got key fobs, they got pro pads, like all that shit. They got 2 Hellcats in the garage. Like, I'm not capping to, I'm not trying to go to jail for something that, please, I really just honestly work. You could call my boss, you could ask anybody. I work with anybody that knows me. Bro, I'm just trying to be a productive shit. I'm just in a shitty ass position.
I want to see if where you at. When you cross over Gratiot, and you come, when you cross over Gratiot, you come up to Cantina.
I don't know the streets by heart.
So you know Gratiot, right?
I just know downtown just by visual. Like if I walk.
So you know where the court is. You know you walk by 36.
The well.
Yeah, the well. Yeah. So but you continue walking, and you walk to the wine, what is it called? The wine vineyard. Yeah. The old Stroh's building.
I don't know what that is.
So it's the building that was to the left when you made that right going down to Regard.
To go to Harbortown.
So you took Regard going towards.
I know the Enterprise.
No, that's over at Harbortown when you walk. Walk over there.
I don't know where Regard's at.
Regard is the street you walk down.
Is that on the other side of Gratiot?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, to get to there, to get here.
Yes.
So on the other side of the freeway, basically.
Yeah.
To get to there, yeah. But
So where did you go after that? So once you crossed over Gratiot, tell me where you went.
I just walked down on the side of the freeway to get down to I want to say Jefferson or some street that's trying to go to Jefferson, to go down that way, to go east. That's all, like, bro, I just be walking.
Where do you know at MLK?
On MLK?
Yeah.
My auntie stays on MLK.
No.
You said that.
In the King Homes. Where do you know over there?
In the King Home?
Yeah. You were talking to somebody, you were sitting on the other side of the wall. Somebody was sitting in the car and you looked like you were talking to somebody. I don't know if it was girls or what.
In the King Home?
Yeah.
I don't even know where the King Home is.
Over on Shane and Lerner. Between.
They're all white.
Yeah.
The buildings are all white.
Before you.
Oh, it's a, wait. So is there a liquor store right there?
No, well, it's a liquor store on Shane.
And then like the apartment's right on this side?
Yeah.
It's a girl I had met like one night, but I only seen her one time and never been back over there.
But this night, you were standing like right against the wall of one of the courts, and it looks like you were talking. I can't hear.
Was that like car or something? I don't know. Like I wasn't there with nobody. I left by myself and walked.
I mean, you could have just been asking a question. I don't know what the other conversation was
I
about.
don't even know. I don't even remember seeing nobody that night. I literally was just out walking by myself that night. Literally. I went to Harbortown, all that, but I did not steal nothing. I did not obtain no objects, no property or nothing. I did not go do nothing.
So, what are you wearing over here?
What do you mean what am I wearing?
What are you wearing? What do you have on?
I don't know. I got on a hoodie.
Okay, is there a backpack?
No, there's no backpack.
Right. But when you return, you got a backpack, right?
Yeah, the backpack was out of my car. My car is in that parking lot.
Oh, so you stopped by your car and put the bag in the backpack?
Put what bag in my backpack?
The bag that you was carrying, the
No, I didn't stop by nothing. Listen, I don't have no backpack on until I got back here. The backpack is in my car. The backpack is my work bag. It's a great backpack.
Listen to me. Listen. Just listen. Everything's on video. We know when that bag showed up, when it didn't. Right? We know you didn't walk out with that bag in your hand. Right? You told me on that part, right?
I'm telling you, yes, I'm not. I don't know what you're saying.
Just understand. We know exactly when you got that bag. We know exactly what car you got that bag. I mean, where you fill that bag up at. Rock has video everywhere now.
Where did I fill the bag up with?
One of the cars, man, it's so much video, I can't tell you exactly what, but.
So where is it? Like, y'all are detectives, y'all investigating me, telling me that I'm out here being in the cars and obtaining property. No, I did not take no property from no cars or nothing. This bag, bro, I remember, I'm trying to remember walking. I remember this street because I remember having a bag, but I went to a store. There's gas stations over there. The King homes, I don't know nobody else over there.
You mean to tell me, you mean to tell me, we got all this video on you. All this video on you. And we didn't get the gas station where you went to go by?
I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, bro, when I walk, I'm going out like I'm walking. I'm not like, I'm not committing no crimes. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not doing nothing wrong.
So, let's talk about when you're coming back.
Okay.
What's the plan when you're coming back?
What do you mean?
What do you do? So you know where Peace Poplar is, right? Peace Poplar is on Jefferson?
No, Peace Poplar is in the strip.
On Jefferson?
No, on the strip.
Oh, Jefferson. No, not that one. The one that you walk out right there is Jefferson and by the Chase Bank, I think, too. Yeah.
Okay.
Jefferson Shane. Jefferson.
What happened there?
No, that's where you walked.
Okay, I don't know. Like, I went to a store over on Jefferson. I know for sure I went to a store over on Jefferson because I had to stop. I had to stop and grab something.
So, that picture right there is taken at 3:28 a.m. Right? I'm telling you, that's what time it is. And from there,
else would mean something, a comment, a question, something from the jury. If you're just now joining our coverage, I want to thank you for that. Something I keep getting a lot of questions about. When might the judge declare a mistrial if the jury comes back, let's say in this next question or comment, and says, we are deadlocked still? What the judge will do is give the jury what's known as an Allen charge or a dynamite charge. It's meant to, just like the word dynamite, meant to spark unanimity, meant to spark discussion. In that kind of a charge, and in Massachusetts, it's drawn from two cases on point. Tui, Rodriguez are the case names. And essentially the judge is telling the jurors, okay, continue deliberating while reconsidering your own position and make sure you're carefully considering the positions of your fellow jurors, essentially asking them to look inward, look outward, see if they're missing anything. And the judge will let them know, hey, you're in the best position to come to a verdict. You are intelligent, you are equipped, you've got all the evidence at your fingertips. Try to decide if you can and reach unanimity. That is the goal. That is the way the law works. Because if they can't decide, then another jury is going to be picked. Another jury is going to hear all this evidence over again and be in the same boat as the members of this jury. So the Allen charge, the dynamite charge, Tui Rodriguez, as you'll hear it called, if they say they're deadlocked here, that is to spark more consideration, more deliberation, and it's meant to hopefully reach at an arrival of unanimity in the decision. Let me bring in my guest, retired Deputy Inspector Corey Pegues. He also is an author. He wrote the book Once a Cop. Corey, you've watched the case from the outset. Hard to know what the jury may be hung up on. Do you think it could be that they're coming back saying we're still deadlocked?
Absolutely. I think that they're going to come back with a deadlock and not a question on some of the evidence. I really thought they was going to have a decision on Friday, and that went out the window. And so now I just really, it was so much evidence, Julie, for them to digest. And it was so many contradictions of both the prosecutor side and the defense side. So it has to be one or two jurors holding out.
Hey, you got to wonder. Corey, I see movement with our camera. Let's listen in together live. There's the Honorable Beverly Cannone, the judge presiding.
On the record on the Karen Reed, Your Honor, we've got a question from the jury.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about doing thorough deliberations.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony, to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Giannetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez, Your Honor. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said that they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that, and this is what Tui Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is due and thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez. So are they ready to come in, Jody?
All right, didn't I tell you that's what the judge was going to do? This is what happens when you have a deadlocked jury. You give the judge the Allen charge, or give the jury, rather, the Allen charge, the dynamite charge. In Massachusetts, it's Tui Rodriguez. That's the name of it. We're about to hear it live together. We're going to pause it as we've got to hit our break. We're going to be right back with the jury instructions live next.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae in for Ted Rollins. This morning, we are following that breaking news out of Dedham, Massachusetts. Deadlocked for the second time. That's what the jury is telling the court in the case against Karen Read. We've paused the deliberation clock, 22 hours and 36 minutes. It's day 5 of deliberation, and we are here watching that ceiling fan, waiting for movement from the court because we know the judge is going to bring in the jury to talk to them again. Still with us here in studio, Julie Grant sticking around, Court TV anchor. And Julie, you were just telling the viewers before the break about why what the judge is going to say now is different from what she told them on Friday. Because on Friday, she basically said, we know you've been working hard, take a lunch break, clear your head, and keep working. Very short, to the point. And now she's going to say something very different.
Exactly, Julia. So it was too soon for the dynamite charge, right? You've seen it. We've seen it here on Court TV. In many jurisdictions, it's known as the Allen charge. That was the case on point. And many jurisdictions refer to it as such. In Massachusetts, as you know, Julia, it's Tui Rodriguez. And so the dynamite charge is meant to spark unanimity in that jury room because we want the jury to reach a unanimous decision. That is the goal in every criminal trial, the way our system's set up. And when there is deadlocking, as indicated on Friday, it was so early, as the judge said, look, you haven't been out that long. Now it's day 5. Now we're over the 22-hour mark, well over it. Now it's time to say, okay, reconsider your own position and think about the positions of your fellow jurors. So essentially, it's a charge of open-mindedness, of self-reflection, of considering rather all of the circumstances, because the judge will hear her remind them, you are in the best position to come to a unanimous decision, not anybody else.
You're the best jury, and you've been doing a great job, is what we usually hear from the judge.
You're right.
And there's that line, right? Because the court can't go so far as to force this jury. So that's why there are these limitations to make sure that the judge only reads and says certain things during this all-important moment where a jury is saying we just can't do it. You can't put them in the room and force them because it would be prejudicial, right? If you're in this room, you can't leave and you have to come to a verdict, there's going to be people making decisions that aren't within what our standards are, what the legal standards are for deliberation.
The idea is to consider everything. Make sure you're considering all of the viewpoints of your fellow jurors, considering your own, and then also being mindful of your own intelligence, the evidence in front of you, and knowing that other people from the community, just like yourselves, members of the jury, will have to be picked if we have to retry this. And one thing they won't learn is the expense. They're not going to hear anything from the judge about how expensive it would be to do this whole thing all over again. That will not be discussed. But what will be discussed is the fact that they are in the best position to come to a finding here, Julia.
And that's important. And what we were just showing you was a look outside of that courthouse there in Norfolk County, Virginia. All of the parties have already come inside. We understand they may be waiting for someone. The last thing that we heard is that the judge was going to bring in the jury. I am a bit surprised that the jury wasn't easier to get into the courtroom. It's been about 5 to 10 minutes now. Let's bring in our guest who's standing by to discuss this more. Josh Schiffer joining us from Atlanta, Georgia, criminal defense attorney. Josh, you've been analyzing this case from the very beginning. I want to get your take on whether it's strange to you or concerning that the jury only asked one substantive question about evidence. I mean, we see in some of these really big cases questions about everything. They want readbacks of testimony. They want to look at different evidence closer, even if they thought they wouldn't get it, even asking the judge to talk more about the jury instructions and perhaps the law. We only heard one request for a search report. The judge said you have all of the evidence, and we haven't heard anything else of substance on the case from them.
It leads me to believe that they were absolutely certain and confident with the evidence that they had, and the disagreement isn't based on some misinterpretation or anything like that. It's hard, obviously, to predict what's going on inside such an opaque room, but what it appears to be from my position is that there's a very firm divide on the vote.
Massive judicial malfeasance for decades to come against former presidents for making those decisions. And one of the things I thought, too, that stood out to me...
But with all due respect, is it fair
to compare those aforementioned scenarios to the former president essentially asking an elected representative in the state of Georgia to go out and find me thousands of votes. Is that a fair comparison?
Well, let me ask you this. Is it a fair comparison to say asking someone to look for votes in Georgia where they had all types of instances of illegalities, irregularities, anomalies? You think that's not the same as Barack Obama droning and killing an American citizen? I would argue his issue is much worse than was Donald Trump's. So those are the issues that will not now be litigated moving forward because the court has ruled that presidents of all stripes have that presumption of immunity. But in addition to that, I found it fascinating that the conversations between any president and their advisors and the DOJ was also not admissible in court, and that you could not question or litigate, rather, the motives of the president. Because if you could, then, as I mentioned, every attorney on the Republican side would go after every former Democrat president and say everything they did, by definition, was political, and you should be able to sue them and put them in jail. I think this settles the dust a little bit, and we can move forward knowing that the Constitution and the American people are way more secure now than they were just yesterday.
Hogan Gidley, you have been consistent after the appeals court decision was announced. I do recall you saying that you thought the whole thing was bogus on its face. Hogan, thank you. Again, Hogan maintaining there that this is, quote, his words, not mine, a big win for the American people. Is that, objectively speaking, is that a fair assessment?
Well, that's a political statement. So I'll just say it's a big win for
included charge to perhaps get those who are on one side to the other side. But sometimes if you feel firmly about someone being not guilty, it's going to be very hard to move them to the other side. Josh, your thought on that? If we learn the split inside of this jury room, the court no doubt will know if they ask how many are on one side or the other. Julie mentioned it this morning on opening statements that the judge would likely bring in the foreperson to see what is going on inside of the room, perhaps the numbers, perhaps what could help, and if there are any problems, but they can't go too far with that. But if there's a mistrial, the judge declares a mistrial, how important is that split to what happens next?
Well, the split's really important because of how the litigants and the stakeholders are going to interpret how they put their case together, what portions of the defense landed the way that they wanted. And there's always an opportunity to poll and speak with a jury after they've been discharged of their duties. What I think y'all are talking about right now is something we hammer all the time in criminal defense. There are two fears of jurors. Jurors are afraid of wrongful conviction, and jurors are afraid of wrongful acquittal. That's really the driving force. And when you look at a intractable jury,
Josh, I'm going to ask you to pause. We have movement inside of the courtroom, so we are going to go in and listen to the judge.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannone, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one. If it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors, who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please. All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
You are muted.
Just looking there at John O'Keefe's family, you can only imagine what this must feel like. The weight of coming in and out of this courtroom every day, hoping that the end is going to be, in the least, a resolution, and it's looking more and more like we won't get a resolution in this case. Court TV anchor Julie Grant is still with us. Criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer also standing by. Julie, that letter from the jury, it was deep, it was thorough. They are expressing in the most heartfelt way they can to this judge that they just can't reach a decision. I heard the word fundamental differences. What are you thinking when you hear this jury saying we're fundamentally on different sides?
Julia, I think they're pouring their hearts and their minds into these deliberations, and that they are doing everything they can to diligently work through the evidence, but they're conflicted. Internally, they are conflicted. It is very clear. I heard sadness, you know, when I heard the words "we're deeply divided," because we can tell these are people who have taken their oath very seriously to do this job that is of utmost importance to our criminal justice system, the job you take when you agree to serve on a jury. And you hear them saying, we're trying, we just can't. But, you know, we know, considering the length of the trial, considering the number of witnesses, I mean, Julia, you know, we've got 74 witnesses they heard from, 675 exhibits to go through. This isn't that long. The judge is right to give this instruction and say, keep going, keep working. You're in a position to do this job. Just like you heard her say, any other person, you know, would have to be big. Nobody's as intelligent, competent, equipped as all of you are, members of this jury.
Yeah, she gave them kudos outside of their presence, but she was telling the other lawyers, this is one of the greatest juries that I've seen in the way that they have been acting. Josh, I want to get your thoughts on it, but let's listen back to that moment. Just this letter that was read inside of open court by the judge, coming straight from the jury.
All right, so jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps
All right, we just wanted to hear that part, the letter from this jury. Josh, when you're hearing things like deeply held convictions, I mean, it sounds like they likely spent some of Friday and all of this morning writing that letter, crafting it to sound as convincing as possible to this judge to just let them go.
It is one of the most powerfully written jury messages I've ever read, and clearly they spent a lot of time choosing the right words, respecting the process deeply, respecting all the other jurors involved, and taking a very high road, which is great. It's fantastic. It shows the seriousness of this jury and what they've gone through. On top of the sadness that Julie notes, I am also feeling there's some frustration there, because they have put in all of this work over weeks and weeks, 74 witnesses, all of this effort, and now they're frustrated that they can't complete their duty. And I don't hold out a lot, because it feels to me that there's an ideological divide that's never going to be jumped with these particular 12 jurors. It seems to me that there are people who believe they cannot leave without a conviction and cannot leave without an acquittal. And that's unfortunate.
When you have a fundamental difference like that, it is a tough decision. We're talking politics, religion level, it sounds like, coming out of that courtroom. We're going to get to a break, because coming up, Matt Johnson is getting ready to join us live. How did that jury look when they came into the courtroom? Perhaps he can tell us. Stay with us.
We're hunting tonight. We're not the hunted.
It's Friday night WNBA action. Your weekend is heating up. This ain't a game. Get out the way. From the court to the pitch.
It's Saturday night soccer on Ion.
Back-to-back nights, all season long. Ion, it's on.
fate of Karen Read is back in the hands of a Massachusetts jury. This after they indicated this morning that they are deeply divided by fundamental differences, deadlocked during this deliberation. The clock now 22 hours and 46 minutes that they have been deliberating. And here is a look at Karen Read leaving the courthouse after hearing from this jury and hearing the judge tell them that they are the best people in a position to handle this case and to reach a unanimous verdict before she sent them back in, reading that dynamite charge to them to give one last push, begging them for unanimity. But we will see if it is successful or if we will be hearing this judge declare a mistrial in the case. We'll, of course, take you inside of that courtroom if there's a jury question or a verdict. But now we have with us Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who is there on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts. Matt, tell us what you have as far as the latest and how that jury looked when they came back into the courtroom.
Julie, nice to see you. Yeah, exactly. So we saw the Read team and her defense team just leave the courthouse a few moments ago. You saw them pass their supporters, Karen Read in good spirits, waving to the crowd that was cheering after hearing the news, watching it on their phones because there is no public access to the courtroom, that this jury is deadlocked. The Read team saying that things are looking good and, quote, the jury is doing their job when they reference the media questions out in front. The foreperson inside, I noticed that he was a bit dressed up today in a shirt and tie. Haven't seen that before. Also, the other members of the jury, 6 men and 6 women, they all appeared in good spirit. And half of them looking at this defendant, Karen Read, as they waited for the judge to give them another instruction. The foreperson locking eyes with Judge Cannoni as soon as he walked in. Again, he is handpicked by the judge to be the foreperson. Other things that I noticed in the courtroom, when we were waiting for the jury to arrive, the Read team was huddled up, and then Karen Read walked over to her parents, and she pulled up something on her phone, which appeared to be the Tui Rodriguez verbiage for this dynamite charge, and she was reading that with her parents huddled in their section of the gallery. And then we had the O'Keefe family walk in. Again, they're here each and every day. They're not always present for all of the questions, but they came back when the jury was summoned, and they were all holding hands. And I noticed that Aaron was comforting Paul, John O'Keefe's brother.
Oh. Wow, so much happening inside of that courtroom, so many emotions. Can only imagine what this is like for those essentially competing sides and perhaps what they want as far as an outcome in this case. Let's talk about outside. We know those supporters have been showing up in numbers. You've been speaking to them day in, day out, even back at pretrial hearings. How are they feeling or reacting now, day 5 of deliberations?
Right, day 5, they didn't think that it was going to go this long. In their opinion, they felt that it was going to be decided that first day on Tuesday or possibly Wednesday, but they're optimistic where it stands from their vantage point and their view of the case. I spoke with a few supporters earlier today. They're lining up, dozens, if not a couple hundred here today. Take a listen. Today's day 5 of deliberations. What's going through your mind?
She's got to be not guilty. I don't understand how anybody can't see the science behind it. So, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me that it's taken this long.
Day 5 of deliberations. What are you thinking?
I don't know. We just wait like everybody else. Hopefully he's going to be not guilty. Hopefully have the weekend to think it over.
We're from Canton, so we're kind of the epicenter. It's a different environment in that town these days.
Talk to me about what it's like to live in Canton now and what has it been like?
Oh, there's neighbors aren't talking to each other. Family members are losing loved ones. It's just a strange environment.
And you know, there is media here still covering the case from around the globe. We've seen media members and documentary crews as far as Germany that are here covering the case. And of course, all of the local media. You cannot escape it. You turn on your TV, there's updates there. Every single newspaper cover is obsessed with this case. And it really has divided this community because, and when these TV cameras go away, there is still going to be a division here from the people that I talked to.
Oh, man, that's so telling. The woman that you spoke to who said that families aren't speaking to each other, losing loved ones. I've been saying this case has this political or religion type feel to it where you have this arguing over something that people aren't going to budge on. And as you said, it's been divisive for that area. You also spoke to those on the other side, though. There are people there, the majority have been pro Karen Read, wanting an acquittal, but here recently you've been reporting that there are people there who are counter protesters.
Yeah, there's been a handful of counter-protesters that first arrived on Friday, and they're also holding signs of their own. They truly believe that Karen Read is guilty of second-degree murder, and they felt that they wanted to be out here to voice that opinion. We spoke with a few of those supporters on Friday, and their message is the same today. Take a listen.
We stand for the O'Keefe family. We stand for John O'Keefe. This is an abomination what's happening. They're treating this like it's a recreational, like it's a murder trial. Like it's a propaganda campaign to get her off. And she launched that FBI investigation and caused reasonable doubt. That should have never happened. How do you feel about the hung jury today? I'm glad it's just not guilty. So we'll see. Hopefully they come to a decision. And you can say with confidence you think Karen 100%. She admitted it.
And I've seen a lot of shouting from the different groups, the supporters and then also the counter-protesters. Those counter-protesters actually walked through the crowd of supporters last week. Today, they are on different ends of the street on this very tiny main street in this town that's more than 400 years old. Everyone is keeping the distance away from the courthouse, that 200-foot buffer zone. You have dozens of state troopers here maintaining the peace, maintaining that buffer zone, and walking all parties into the courthouse.
Matt Johnson, thank you so much for that live report. I know if there's any movement inside of that courtroom, anything that happens, you are going to keep us updated. We'll let you go for now. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer is standing by. Josh, that scene outside that Matt is describing, it likely mirrors what's happening inside of the courtroom, inside of the deliberation room. Perhaps not as passionate, but those beliefs that people are willing to show up every day for someone that they didn't previously know, it's powerful.
We've never seen anything like it. I've been watching trials for 20 years, and the way this is polarized, the entire community, everybody in the surrounding area has a position. Is Karen Read guilty? Is Karen Read innocent? Is there some sort of police cover-up? Is there some sort of conspiracy? That is the top issue in the community. It is absolutely wild for me to think about people dedicating this much of their time and getting connected to a case, but that's how important these issues are locally. I'm really excited to see what happens, but I'm also concerned. Anytime you've got a ruling like this, you have no idea how people are going to react at the far edges, at the fringes. As I understand, personal security is a big consideration for a lot of the people involved in the litigation. And I just encourage everybody to use their First Amendment rights, but understand you're responsible for your own actions.
Absolutely. Matt mentioned that they seem to be in good spirits, so we hope it's being very respectful inside of that deliberation room. That letter suggests that they are trying to be very respectful of each other's positions and these deeply held convictions that they listed in that letter. You were mentioning before we had to go into the courtroom a while ago, Josh, and I wanted you to finish. If there is a mistrial and the judge figures out who's on what side, how many, how does that impact? And I wanted to let you finish your thought on that, because the prosecution is going to have to take a close look at what those numbers are to make an important decision.
Yeah, when a mistrial happens, when there's a hung jury, we unfortunately kind of go back to square one. The indictment is still valid and it can still be brought up for trial because there wasn't a verdict, there wasn't a disposition. The state still has rights to pursue the case and prosecute it using their discretion as vested through the voting process. These are prosecutors who were elected, after all. They have the absolute final discretion to rule on what they want to do with the case, and that begs the question, what do they want to do next? Do they want to continue using these resources and pursue justice in this case, or do they want to temper that position? Now that they've seen a lot of discovery, seen how the defense would act, does that cause the Commonwealth to go back and reconsider some of the aggressive heights that they pursued. A lot of people have discussed how this was never a death case. It should have been a different kind of case because the evidence just wasn't there. And we've all seen the sufficiency of investigation issues that have been brought up by the defense. Some of my most pro-law and order, pro-law enforcement folks all are acknowledging that this could have been done so much better. The Commonwealth gets to sit back and go, hey, what are we going to do now? Meanwhile, the defense stands up and says, hey, we might have to do this again. What should we do better? What should we do different? What landed with the jury the way we wanted? What can we sharpen and what can we remove?
And who knows if they would ever come to the table together on some sort of even no jail time agreement. I don't know. I don't know if these sides can even get there on that, but
it's absolutely tough, but as I have discussed with people, disorderly conduct for time served has closed a lot of horrific cases. There's a need for almost a garbage disposal for broken cases, and both the state and the defense understand that that's an unfortunate part of the judicial system.
Indeed.
Not all cases are perfect.
It is indeed. We will see what happens. We're keeping our eye on that courtroom. Josh Schiffer, stand by. We are going to let you know if anything happens in the Karen Read trial now that they are deliberating for the third time after the judge has sent them back. But still ahead, we're going to shift our attention to New Mexico, where a judge has once again denied actor Alec Baldwin's motion to dismiss. We're going to preview the upcoming trial that's right around the corner after this break. Welcome back to Court TV Live. Thank you so much for being with us. Our attention does remain in Massachusetts, where we are on a verdict watch in the trial for defendant Karen Read. The jury there has been deliberating for now 23 hours. Prosecutors say Read hit her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her SUV, left him to die in the snow in front of his friend's house. But her defense says there's someone else who is responsible for the Boston police officer's death. And the jury has sent notes saying twice they are deadlocked, but they have been instructed by the judge to keep trying. That's what's happening now. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that courtroom, and as soon as we have any movement, we will take you there live. For now, though, we are also following new developments in the search for two missing Georgia firefighters. Police say the search has come to a tragic end. The bodies of Reagan Anderson and Chandler Kubander were discovered or recovered in Tennessee on Sunday. The two were last seen in Georgia almost a week ago. The mother of Chandler Kubander told Court TV anchor Julie Grant on Friday and talked about Reagan's toxic reaction to Chandler going on a date with another woman.
And she found his car and where they were at and came and keyed his car while he was on the date, and he called the police. She subsequently went to jail and bonded out on her own, but during that time she was calling and texting my son because she's terrified for her to lose her job. They are great firefighters. This is just, she's not in the right headspace at all.
And that was this mother's plea that sparked that search for those two. Court TV reached out to Chandler's mother post this tragic news. She says she's not ready to speak, but she does hope that her son's death draws attention to the stigma of abuse on men, referring to emotional abuse. Police have not released any details on exactly what happened between these two. We'll continue to follow this story and bring you any developments. Turning our attention now to Mexico, New Mexico, rather, where movie star Alec Baldwin is now officially set to go to trial. On Friday, we learned that Baldwin's case is going to move forward. July 9th is the set date for that jury selection after the judge rejected the motion to dismiss the case from the defense. This is the third time in recent weeks that this ruling was made. The actor is charged with involuntary manslaughter after the fatal shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. It's a deadly incident that occurred on the set of Western movie Rust back in 2021. And Baldwin served as one of the film's producers, but also the lead actor. If he's convicted, the veteran actor faces up to 18 months behind bars. Let's get you up to speed on the case against Alec Baldwin. Here's Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft.
Alec Baldwin was rehearsing this scene from the movie Rust when Halyna Hutchins was shot.
The firearm went off in a small wooden church. The first person I made eye contact with was Halyna, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side.
Halyna Hutchins, the film's cinematographer, was shot and killed. The director, Joel Souza, standing behind her, was wounded.
It felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. They kept talking about this bullet, and it could not compute for me. This is not possible. It's just not possible that there's a live round. It just can't. And then they eventually maybe grew tired of my protesting about it because they showed me the x-ray of my back, and there was a very large bullet in it.
Prosecutors brought criminal charges against 3 people in connection with Hutchins' death. David Halls, the first assistant director, he accepted a plea deal. Hannah Gutierrez, the film's armorer, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. And Alec Baldwin, the producer of Rust, he is awaiting his trial. Gutierrez was responsible for making sure all the firearms on the set were safe. Prosecutors allege she brought live rounds onto the set and failed to properly check the rounds before they were loaded into the gun.
We find the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1.
A jury convicted Gutierrez, even though her defense attorney argued at her trial that Alec Baldwin was the one to blame.
It was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. Ms. Gutierrez Read, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Helena and Mr. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did.
The defense noted that Baldwin tended to go off script, like he did in this scene, firing a shot after the director yelled, "Cut."
Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Hopefully throughout this process, people in the film industry are beginning to understand that real guns aren't toys. And if real guns are going to be used on movie sets, there needs to be a lot of safety protocols in place. We never want this to happen again.
Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey there is going to be presenting the state's theory of the case to a new jury starting on July 9th. That starts with jury selection. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer. Josh, if you are the prosecution and you were looking for a jury, what kind of a juror do you want to be sitting and hearing this case so that you can get a conviction?
A gullible one?
Tell me how you really feel, Josh.
Have problems with the way that this case comes about on behalf of the state. And I understand the demand on the state needing to get their man and get justice. But I feel that this is a very politically motivated headhunter kind of prosecution where Alec Baldwin has been very clear about the fact that he didn't ever consider for 1 minute that there would be any ability for him to harm anybody on a closed set with prop guns. And this is an indefensible tragedy because of the people who contributed to it. And sure, Alec Baldwin was a producer, but he can't be responsible personally, criminally, for every single detail. Sure, civilly sue him into the ground, but for a criminal prosecution with the detrimental reliance that Alec Baldwin had, I believe that this is a very political prosecution. I believe it's an anti-gun, and I believe that there's headhunting going on. But the thing is, juries love that stuff. And if I'm a prosecutor, I'm going to lean right into it, because what the prosecutor is going to do is bring justice to these Hollywood elites and bring justice for and personal responsibility for the loss of life. And they're going to flog that argument and flog it and flog it. And I walk away a little bit with a sour stomach, because I understand that Alec Baldwin, if there was any crime, he should just take, time served, probation. But there's no reason to really go after Mr. Baldwin with the efforts and expense and assets when there are so many more deserving crimes that should get this attention when they've already gotten justice from the responsible party. That is the arc.
Yeah, they did secure that conviction, so we will see if they are able to do it a second time. Josh, stand by. Coming up, we're going to turn our attention to another case, one out of Florida that so many people have been following, the suitcase murder trial. It seems like it's never going to go to trial, but we have some new developments in the case after defendant Sarah Boone now set to represent herself when a trial happens. That's next.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I try and cock the gun, the gun goes off.
Criminal defendant.
His lack of gun safety is something that he's going to have to answer for.
We heard that this was a toxic set.
One more.
It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong.
Is there an actor's exemption from liability when they're handling a deadly firearm?
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage begins next Monday morning on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are still on a verdict watch today in the Killer cover-up murder trial for defendant Karen Read. The jury has been added now 23 hours, 14 minutes. Second time they've had to go back and continue deliberations after saying they were deadlocked. The prosecution in that case says that Read intentionally backed her SUV into her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, and left him to die in the snow. But Read's defense says this whole thing is a police cover-up and using Read as the fall person. Now, as soon as we see any movement in the courtroom, we have not since the judge last sent that jury back into the deliberation room. We'll, of course, take you there live if there is another question or a note from this jury. Turning our attention now to the suitcase murder trial in Florida. The defendant, Sarah Boone, is now saying she's going to represent herself at trial. At a last-minute hearing held on Friday, the judge granted Boone's former attorney's motion to withdraw and ruled that the defendant has forfeited at this point her right to counsel because of her ongoing difficulties with past attorneys. She will now have to represent herself at trial. It's scheduled to begin on October 7th. It's been continued multiple times through the last couple of years. Now, at a status conference earlier last month, she expressed her frustrations to the court and said that she is, quote, doing her best.
I'm doing my best to let everyone know who I really am as opposed to the malicious murderer that everyone thinks that I am. I don't feel that she can do that properly. I still always, the reason why I'm here is hope. Is to hope that she will come in with a gentle, softer side and actually listen to what it is that I'm saying and see the bigger picture other than what's the one avenue that she keeps going down. There's other ways to win and more than one way. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me for having to ask you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me.
And that could be a preview of what we can expect from Sarah Boone representing herself on her own. Boone is accused of murdering her boyfriend, Jorge Torres. She admitted to zipping him inside of a suitcase as they were playing a game. He later died. She's maintained that that death was an accident after a night of drinking. But there was a TikTok video, or a social media video rather, that was found where she is telling him, this is what it feels like when you cheat on me, as he's begging for his life. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer is with us. Josh, the saga continues with Sarah Boone. Attorney after attorney has fallen off, and now she is going to be forced essentially to represent herself. Have you seen a situation like this?
It's one of the most rare remedies ever used by the court. Gideon versus Wainwright, our United States Constitution. If you're accused of a crime, you get a lawyer. You're presumed not to be sophisticated enough to be able to represent yourself in a system that's filled with rules and regulations that regular citizens aren't familiar with. They're not competent to deal with. For a judge to get to a point where they've experienced so much malfeasance and willful obstructionism to actually forfeit your right to counsel is huge. Is it possible? Absolutely. The courts don't have a carte blanche where we're going to keep giving you lawyers until you find one that you let. No. Appointed counsel is appointed counsel. If appointed counsel cannot or will not continue, the judge has to deal with that. Obviously, there was a massive breakdown in the lawyer-client relationship throughout this entire representation. That's just what's been going on. And Ms. Boone is going to have to deal with the consequences of that. And other clients, other defendants have gone forward with various levels of success in representing themselves. It just generally doesn't work out really great for them.
Yeah, we've gotten a bit of a preview into her acting as her own lawyer because she writes letters to the judge all the time. Here's a look at one of them where she said, I'm not the problem, except that I want to and should be treated fairly with respect, acting more professional than the paid, quote, I've been doing this for 40 years professional. And I'm hoping by this letter, this one that she was sending to the court, that her attorney, Patricia Cashman, would pick up the sword of injustice and fight alongside, not against me, as so many unmotivated, overwhelmed, weak attorneys prior who bowed out ungracefully and crept away from the battlefield unsuccessful. Josh, real quick before we have to get to a break, your thoughts on what we can expect from a Sarah Boone defense?
There are lawyers that literally look for these most difficult clients, and for Sarah Boone to get here, it's not great. It's going to be a terrible ending for her.
Josh Schiffer, thank you so much for your analysis. We're still on a verdict watch in the Karen Read murder trial. Stay with us. This is Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Ever. This is about peace of mind. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds.
The jury in the Karen Read trial says they are deadlocked for the second time. Thanks for being with us. I'm Julia Janae. We are following the Karen Read trial there in Dedham, Massachusetts. The judge sent them back in to keep deliberating. They've been deliberating now for 23 hours and 24 minutes. We've been watching that ceiling fan for days now. This is the 5th day of deliberations, and we're waiting for any movement, any comment from the jury now that they've been asked to go in again. Karen Read faces up to life in prison for the death of her police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. The defense says she's being framed as part of an elaborate police cover-up. It sounds like these jurors have two different factions inside of that deliberation room that believe either one of those theories. We'll take you into the courtroom if there's a jury question or a verdict. While we wait for any movement from this courtroom, let's take a look back to some of this key testimony that's likely playing into how these jurors reach their deeply held convictions in this case, as their own letter states. The lead investigator in this case was highly embattled, Michael Proctor. He had evidence that he brought in that was critical to the state's case, but he also was part of the defense's case and claimed that there was a cover-up. And his testimony didn't come until the 7th week of the trial. He was questioned on direct about what he did when he arrived on scene and what he said about his connection to the Albert family.
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Read. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a Waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts or Karen Read or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Read?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Read in the courtroom today?
I do.
Every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
With reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to, Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
What specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
Who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
How would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th of 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Let's bring in our guest who's standing by from New York. Trial attorney Cannon Kearney is with us. Cannon, Trooper Proctor's connection to the Alberts came up over and over again. Your thoughts on how that impacted this case?
Well, good morning. Good afternoon. I'm here to say that Trooper Proctor definitely should have been taken out of the investigation. It's clear he has a bias. It's clear that he knows the actual owners of the home and that his sibling has a very close relationship with this family. So for him to say that they're just acquaintances.
Mr. Steele was held in criminal contempt. That order of that contempt will be marked as Court 6, and the proceedings concluded at 7:41 p.m. The court further takes judicial notice of the following statements proffered by Attorney Steele, Brian Steele, in open court upon information and belief stated to the court, which are still unknown. There are 6 assertions that Mr. Steele proffered in front of the court. Those are contained within the transcript of Courts 5, the proceedings that are held on the 10th of June of 2024 in courtroom 1C, which the court has already said will be part of this order. The first assertion and the transcript bears out exactly what Mr. Steele said, so the court is paraphrasing the 6 assertions that Mr. Steele made. They're more aptly and more eloquently put in the record. The first one involves his concern that supposedly in chambers, this honorable court reporter, court at times, district attorney or district attorneys before the DA's office, as well as investigators, sheriff, and deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to his knowledge, were present. Second assertion he makes is that Mr. Copeland intended to plead the Fifth Amendment. Third assertion is that Mr. Copeland, as a party, was sworn, and Mr. Steele asserted that this particular conversation was, in fact, a critical stage, and that the defendants had the right to be present. The fifth group of assertions involved Mr. Copeland not going to testify. The fifth group of assertions involved what Ms. Attorney Hilton claimed or said to the witness, to include the court, involving allegations of coercion and witness intimidation, and that his counsel had the right to be present. And the sixth assertion that was made in open court was that Mr. Copeland admitted to killing Donovan Thomas. At some point after Mr. Steele was held in contempt by this court in the afternoon of June the 10th, it was brought to the court's attention, not at the court's request, by security personnel that video footage of what occurred outside courtroom 1C shows the interactions between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Sharp. The court in no way sought to investigate any facts of this involving this footage, and it only considered it for the security and timeline of events that occurred on June the 10th of 2024. Also, in no way did the court consider any of this footage in holding Mr. Steele in contempt. And as I said, mentioned it only for the purposes of considering the security and breach of information that occurred within the court's chambers, not for whether or not that was truthful or not. Mr. Steele makes further made three assertions on the 10th of June of 2024. One, he asserted that this was, on behalf of Mr. Williams and similar situated individuals, that this was, the court held an improper ex parte meeting. Secondly, that Mr. Copeland was a sworn witness and this was a critical stage. And no, Mr. Copeland was a sworn witness. And third, that he argued that this was a critical stage and that he and the others needed to be present at that point in time to pursue the Sixth Amendment rights of the defendants in this case. As to Mr. Steele's first assertion of whether or not the court held an improper ex parte meeting or hearing, the court is guided by Judicial Code of Conduct 2.9, which I'll take judicial notice of, which in pertinent part, where circumstances require ex parte communications are authorized for scheduling, administrative purposes, or emergencies that do not deal with the substantive matters or issues, provided that the judge reasonably believes that no party will gain any procedural, substantive, or tactical advantage as a result of the ex parte communication, and the judge makes provisions promptly to notify all parties of the substance of the ex parte communication and gives the parties an opportunity to respond. And in this particular circumstance, the transcript of these proceedings was just prepared and is final by my official court reporter, Ms. Weaver. And all counsel will be, as I said, given an opportunity to, as soon as the court finishes entering this order, it will be e-filed, so everyone will have a chance to take a look at it and use it as they see fit. In this particular, and then the last part of 2.9 before the court goes on, if involves in pertinent part, if a judge inadvertently receives unauthorized ex parte communication bearing upon the substance of the matter, the judge shall make provision promptly to notify all parties of the substance of the communication, provide the parties with a reasonable opportunity to respond. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to release the entirety of the transcript to you all to use as you see fit and before any other further examination of Mr. Copeland. I'll address the issue of the emergency nature of this particular hearing or this particular conference in front of the court. Is that this involves the state's concern as to what Mr. Copeland was in fact told by his counsel, Mr. Melnick, and his understanding of the immunity agreement pursuant to 24-5-507. and that the conversations that were had and the transcript will bear out that no tactical or other advantage or any testimony that was stated during that particular hearing would be anything other than the court and or the state communicating, along with Ms. Bumpus, his lawyer, who's there the entire time, his witness's understanding of his immunity agreement. In consideration of this emergency nature, the court has taken into account a couple of cases I'll cite for the record. One of them is United States versus Adams, and that's 785 F. 2nd 917, decided in March the 31st of 1986. In pertinent part, presence of the accused. Although an ex parte conference to discuss threats against the witness is proper, district court must ensure that the conference is carefully conducted so no rights of the defendant are threatened. Presence of the accused. Ex parte conference between judge, prosecutor, and government witness to discuss refusal of witness to testify because of his fear of reprisal was not improper, where substance of the inculpatory testimony was never discussed and the entire conference was transcribed. And in Adams, the appellants contend that the ex parte conference was improper and that it violated their due process right to a fundamentally fair trial. We agree with appellants that ex parte conferences should occur, but rarely, especially in criminal cases. This does not mean, however, that such conferences are unconstitutional. Indeed, some situations, the trial judge may find an ex parte conference necessary. They cite La Chapelle, and that's LACHAPPELL versus Moran at 699 F. 2nd 560. It's a First Circuit case from 1983, where the court cites, in the exercise of the court's residual power to ensure a just trial, protect jurors and witnesses, a judge may, in rare circumstances, feel it necessary to confer with a juror or witness on the record, but outside the presence of others, including the defendant. One such conference may be where a juror or witness, having been threatened, wish to speak with a judge privately about a threat. A witness may not feel free to discuss any threats in presence of the defendant or even counsel for the defendant. We agree that the First Circuit, that an ex parte conference is appropriate in that situation. They say see United States versus Arroyo, and it's ANGULA. It's at 580 F. 2nd 1137, pinpoint 1142, 1142, 1141, 1142, Second Circuit case. Exclusion of certain defendants and counsel from in-camera proceedings permissible in multiple defendant trial, where certain defendants had cooperated with government and received death threats. And they've got a citation for that being 439 U.S. 913. Although an ex parte conference discussed threats against witnesses proper, the district court must ensure that the conference is carefully conducted so no rights of the defendant are threatened. In this case, the court followed procedures to ensure the conference was fair. First, at no time was the substance of Pooley's inculpatory testimony discussed. And second, the entire conference was transcribed. And that's United States versus Watchmaker at 761 F. 2nd 1149, 1985. Ex parte conference with frightened juror properly were transcribed and the judge's comments carefully framed. This court goes on to say in Adams, two aspects of this conference, however, are disturbing. First, when the prosecutor began to impress upon the witness the distinction between being paid for testimony and afforded protection, the trial court should have called the conference to a close. The portion of the record quoted above indicates an attempt by the prosecutor to coach the witness on how to answer questions about inducements from his testimony. The court had already learned all it needed concerning the witness's fears and the prosecutor's plans for protection, there being no reason to participate in such coaching. Second problem occurred where Pooley took the stand. Defense counsel inquired about what inducements had been given for Pooley's testimony, and the prosecutor and Pooley both indicated the promise was the prosecutor would seek to enroll Pooley in witness protection program if he were to in fear of his life. Neither related to the prosecutor's pledge to seek immediate protection for Pooley should it be necessary. The exchange occurred before the court, and the court should have made sure that the inducements made as in the ex parte conference were completely and precisely disclosed. Similarly, in this matter, the only thing discussed between the state counsel for Mr. Copeland and this court were the understanding of his immunity agreement. There were no other testimonial statements made by in terms of what Mr. Copeland planned to testify to that were induced or sought by the court. And the transcript in its totality will bear that out, and you can have a look at that. The court's also considered Bruner versus the state. That's 302 Georgia at 6, and this relates to the right to be present and what is defined as a critical stage and under the Sixth Amendment. Bruner contends that he was denied the right under the Georgia Constitution to be present at certain critical stages of his trial proceedings. Embodied within the constitutional right of the courts to a criminal defendant's right to be present, see and hear all the proceedings which were had against him on trial before the court. Ward versus the state, 288 Georgia 641, pinpoint 645. Violations of this due process right are presumed prejudicial, absent a waiver by a defendant requiring a trial. However, there were no violation of Bruner's right to be present. The right to be present attaches to any stage of a criminal proceeding that is critical to its outcome if the defendant's presence would contribute to the fairness of the procedure. And that's Huff versus the state, 274 Georgia 110, pinpoint 111. Thus, a critical stage of a criminal proceeding is defined as one in which the defendant's rights may be lost, defenses waived, privileges claimed or waived, or one in which the outcome of the case is substantially affected in some other way. And in this particular case, the court is of the opinion, basing a look at the case law, that that this was a proper ex parte meeting pursuant to Rule 2.9, as well as the no party gained any tactical advantage, and that the proceedings as a whole are released to will be in the terms of the transcript. So what was said can readily be seen and utilized by the defendants. Okay, and the court lastly took into consideration Talton versus the state. That's 368 Georgia Appeals at 313, and that involves a Sixth Amendment critical stage definition that was decided June the 21st of 2023. And in pertinent part, in many instances, remand will be necessary when the right to be present claim under the Georgia Constitution is raised for the first time on appeal from criminal conviction. So Mr. Seals raised this at the appropriate time, and the court is in fact considering it. And the Georgia Constitution guarantees criminal defendant to be present, see, and hear all proceedings in which are against him on trial before the court. Criminal defendant's right to be present under the Georgia Constitution attaches to any stage of the criminal proceeding which is critical to its outcome if the defendant's presence would contribute to the fairness of the procedure, but the right does not extend to situations where a defendant's presence would be useless or benefit but shadow. And under the Georgia Constitution, defendant who is represented by counsel need not be present for portions of the trial that involve questions of law and consist of essentially legal argument about which the defendant presumably has no knowledge. It is well settled under the Georgia Constitution guarantees a criminal defendant the right to be present and see, hear all the proceedings in which are had against him or trial before the court. It's Prickett versus the state, 314 Georgia 435 at 441 pinpoint. This right attaches to any stage of the criminal proceeding that is critical to the outcome of if the defendant's presence would be contribute to the fairness of the procedure. But the right does not extend to situations where the defendant's presence would be useless or benefit or shadow. The court further takes no position on whether Attorney Bumpus disclosed confidential or attorney-client matters. The court takes no position on whether Attorney Bumpus violated the duty of candor to other counsels involved in this case. These two questions can be resolved by the State Bar of Georgia and or our Supreme Court. The court further takes no position on whether Mr. Steele, his use of the June 10th proffered information, as his use on behalf of Mr. Williams falls within our guidelines as set forth in the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct. The court's basis for having been explained on the record, a written order of this, along with the attachments, will be included in the record. And Mr. Banks, where are you? Sir, as a result of this transcript release, the court withdraws the show cause for your client and others who may be present who are present in chambers on the 10th of June of 2024. And as I mentioned earlier, we were going to have a show cause hearing on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I am canceling that indefinitely. In fact, I've canceled all of that. So we will not be holding that particular hearing, okay? All right. And then then transitioning to the last matter the court wanted to put on record. Upon further review, this court will in fact enter an order sending Mr. Adams and Steele's, Mr. Weinstein, and Mr. Banks' motion to recuse to another judge pursuant to Uniform Superior Court Rules 25.1 through 25.7 in the method and manner prescribed by our local rules. So this written order is entered. I will enter the order transferring it, and until such time as those two things are decided, then we'll be in recess until that time. And we will just inform our jurors that they're until they're not supposed to come back on Monday, until Monday anyway. So I will have Deputy Ingram and Ms. Umana indicate to them that they are still on recess and we're continuing to work. So that's all I have for you at this point in time. Okay? All right. Ms. Novi, can I ask you a question before you start anything? Madam, didn't your law firm represent one of the co-accused in this case? How are you then? Do you have an actual or perceived conflict in this case? No. I'm asking you at this point in time, could you state for the record how it is that you don't think you have a conflict? Because you did represent one of the co-accused in this case, correct?
I did.
Okay.
I did. He's been discharged. Your Honor, this has absolutely nothing to do with my representation of Sergio Kitchens. Haven't even discussed that or come up and what happened in the ex parte proceeding. We're just representing Mrs. Bumpus, Attorney Bumpus, in what her position is with respect. Is on mute?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah,
with respect to this court. So completely different matter. And now we're dealing with a contempt hearing of Miss Bumpus as opposed to a criminal prosecution of Mr. Kitchens. Completely different. And in fact, everything that we've gone through or anything we've learned about this case has nothing to do with what we've done with Attorney Bumpus.
Okay, I just want to, because you may have an actual or perceived conflict. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So if you think that it should be addressed, then I'm giving you the opportunity to do so at this point in time. Because because you do have knowledge of this particular case, but all right.
Well, I
But
think half of
else-
America
I'm
has
sorry?
not. I said I think half of America has knowledge of this particular case at this point.
But they're not before us at this point in time. So what else did you want to?
Well, and I'll speak for the court's purposes. I'll speak for myself and John Garland, who's also our co-counsel with Attorney Bumpus and who was my co-counsel in Mr. Kitchen's case.
All right.
So I'll speak for both of us in that respect, since Mr. Garland's not able to be here.
All right.
A couple things that I just wanted to clarify for Your Honor. Is the court still intending to produce an order on what the court addressed orally on our recusal motion?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to produce an order basically bundling all, since there are 3 motions to recuse, to one to be spun on the wheel so that we don't get 3 separate people hearing these particular matters. So I will do that effective today.
Okay.
So does that answer your question?
It does with respect to that. The other issue was I think the court was holding under advisement our motion to quash.
That makes this moot at this point in time.
Okay. So
Since I'm not going to have a hearing at this point or at any time in the future, you can re-raise it at that point in time if you show desire.
That's fine. So we'll just leave it.
I'm telling you at this point in time, I have no desire to resolve that. I don't need to at this point in time.
Okay. All right. Those are the questions that I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Madam, unless you have anything else, you all can be excused. Counsels, I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, work on this particular order. I actually memorialized the order in writing and the motion to recuse in terms of the sending it to another judge pursuant to 25.1 through 25.7. And we'll see in a little bit, depending upon how it's ruled upon, all right? All right.
Your Honor, do we have a timeline of when the motion to recuse may be heard?
Don't know. That has to go to another judge pursuant to our local rules. So it will be basically put on the wheel. Of course, I don't have anything to do with that. So as soon as our clerk, Madam Clerk, Miss Alexander and her team spin that, that's not within my information and purview.
Is this something that we can expedite? I mean, the state does have very concerns that we hold the jurors indefinitely regarding this matter. Is there anything that could be expedited so that those decisions can be made on the motion of recuse and we can move forward with the trial?
While I understand your concern, I think the rules of transfer and recusal are pretty clear. That I'm not going to comment on anything that is pending at that point in time. So hopefully it will get done fairly quickly in terms of somebody acting on it. Okay.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Steele, you rose just a second ago. Did you want to say something, sir? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Then we're in recess and we'll see you in a little bit. Okay. All right. We're in recess.
Your attention to the next page, 2538 at the top. If you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
Again, to misread some medical conditions there.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it. My sister starts off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, in the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. At 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this.
To be clear, when you sent those text messages on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so...
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Yannetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
Cannon Kearney still standing by, trial attorney in New York. Cannon, yeah, you can only shake your head when you look at this testimony and when you hear it back and think about how this jury says that they've got deeply held convictions, that they're deeply divided. You wonder if someone is just saying, I cannot convict someone based on an investigator who acted in this manner being the one to say she's the one who did it. Sometimes that is stronger than any evidence when you have what they likely believe, if they are against finding for a conviction in accordance with this investigation, they may feel like this is borderline corruption, police corruption.
How could it not be corruption? But at the bare minimum, when you're talking about a jury, you have many different groups. So you have grandfathers who have granddaughters. You have fathers who have daughters or daughter dads. You have mothers. You have women. And so each of those groups that I just named are game to not like this gentleman because of the way that he treats women. And it's been clear that he treats women in a very derogatory manner, and he has the power. So with all of this evidence and his testimony as to him actually doing these things, there's no way possible that at least one juror didn't go back and say, I refuse to agree with anything that he's done. I am skeptical of his tactics as an investigator, I do not believe this man. And that in itself gets you an acquittal.
Cannon, do you think there was anything more the prosecution could have done to take the sting out of this testimony? I mean, they did call him in their case. They called him late in their case, 7 weeks in. They got him to say the text messages on direct, but on cross, Alan Jackson was really able to still highlight them, so we heard them twice. But is there anything, in your opinion, from a legal standpoint, that they could have done differently?
I believe the only thing that could have been done differently is some form of outside audit investigation into what he actually did. And then in that, they can show their peers, they can show the community that although those issues occurred, we're going to stand here and let you know that we believe that they're deplorable, but we have also fact-checked through an outside investigation. And that way you can have some semblance of hope in your city or in your community, ensuring that we're bringing the right person for justice. Without that, anything that this man says, I don't see, because again, there's so many groups of people that just should not like him that I don't see how he doesn't have offended or brought some type of just anger and utter dislike from one of the jurors.
Yeah, a jury that has begged this court essentially to go home, saying that we cannot reach a verdict. We have done all the work that we could do. Cannon, have you ever seen a situation where an Allen charge has been read to a jury and they have come back with a verdict?
Just on Court TV, I've never had it happen because, again, once the jury speaks and those groups have formulated with the ones who opinion are nothing that you can say is going to sway me that this is a cop killer, or the group has said nothing that you can say is going to sway me because the investigator planted all the evidence, normally that's going to stand and you aren't going to be able to get a verdict.
We will see. You're right. It has happened on Court TV before, not often though, but there is a chance. So we're watching any movement inside of that courtroom. 24 hours and 6 minutes. Those jurors are deliberating. Cannon, stand by. Still ahead. We're going to continue to break down the testimony from Trooper Michael Proctor, rather. We'll hear some key moments from his contentious cross-examination after this break.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I try and cover the gun goes off.
Criminal defendant.
His lack of gun safety is something that he's going to have to answer for.
We heard that this was a toxic set.
One more.
It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong.
Is there an actor's exemption from liability when they're handling a deadly firearm?
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage begins next Monday morning on Court TV.
Ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable.
Deeply held convictions.
and with the proper regard and respect for each other
All right, now
expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions.
the judge is saying the verdict should be a result of your own convictions. And the jury is saying we all have deeply held convictions. So you see what's happening here. Like our system of justice, you know, and the judge is not doing anything that she shouldn't do based upon what the Supreme Court of Massachusetts has instructed trial judges to do. But what we're really doing here is saying, we're not listening to you. Figure this out. Give me a verdict so I don't have to try this case again. And it's not Judge Cannoni doesn't want to try the case. I'm talking about our system of justice says, get a verdict so we don't have to try this case ever again. The instruction talks about your own held convictions, and the jury is saying these are our deeply held convictions. So what you're telling us is that we need to question our own deeply held convictions. So if she's convicted after this, is that not like 0.1 on the appeal? Like if she gets convicted now, wouldn't you say to the appellate court that, you know, you instruct jurors to follow their own convictions, and we as a jury said our deeply held convictions resulted in a deadlocked jury? Shouldn't that should be the end? That should be the end. Like, why wouldn't it be the end? It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a lawyer. I'm a former prosecutor. Yeah, I like our system to work and tell the family and tell the defendant and tell everyone what happened at the end of the day. But it has to be the jurors coming together, not jurors being, you know, forced and compelled and held hostage until they reach a verdict. Because we all know, and that's like where our system of justice looks the other way. Like we know this is really wrong, but we'll come up with the magic language to make it right. And what's amazing about it, it applies to both sides. It applies to guilty and not guilty. So you could force this jury to send someone free when you had, 1, 2, or 3, whatever the number is, of jurors there who really, in their own convictions, believed that she was guilty. And then on the flip side, you could have 1, 2, 3 jurors who truly believe that she was not guilty, and you have forced them to vote guilty. Both ways, it stinks. It stinks. That's not how our system should work. Like all that language is great if they just send out a note that says, hey, we're deadlocked. Especially if they do it, like I've seen it, like after an hour and a half, a jury did that. And that's like, okay, come on, guys, get back in there. You got a little more work to do. This is over 20 hours. 5 days. And then for the lawyers on both sides, like the defense, very confident throughout. But I always came back to this. I said, how confident can you be when 90% of the people who go to trial, 80 to 90% of the people who go to trial get convicted? Like, I think your confidence always has to be tempered to a certain extent, just based on the raw numbers, right? So for the most part, anytime the defense gets a hung jury, they consider it a victory, and they'll take a victory lap after this. But in their hearts of hearts, this defense team thought they won the case. Now they still could, like, right? The judge has set them back, so they could. But I'm saying, like, right now, at this point, they felt that they had it won. Did the prosecution ever feel like they had it won? I don't know, because they didn't speak, and that's fine. They don't have to speak, but we heard and we saw. We heard and we saw. So we still wait, and I got to keep my eye on everything here. Let's take a look. I just have to 1 second. I just have to respond to this really quick for my show tonight at 8 o'clock. Will we be talking about a verdict? Will we be talking about a deadlocked jury? We shall see. We shall see. Okay. All right, I'm going to get to some of the comments here. By the way, we're streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. If you're on X, please re-X us and make sure you're following me. If you're on
Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this check, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had investigated, you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. The term, that term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Cannon Kearney still with us, trial attorney in New York. Cannon, this case is so unique in that we were hearing this lead investigator read from personal text messages, not ones related necessarily to the investigation, which typically we just hear the reports, things that are written down by these police officers. We don't ever get into personal text messages, but do you think that really is what could, depending on what happens in this case, could be what wins it for the defense?
Well, 2 points, Julia. Number one, is this really unique? Isn't this something that people do about their jobs, is discuss it with their friends, family, close ones? And don't they do it via text? So how many other times in American history do we have a lead investigator who's speaking this way amongst his friends and family? How many other times do we have a lead investigator that's biased? So this case, as we're seeing it, is only highlighting something that's being done on a daily. And now we need more of these types of text messages, more of these inroads into the communications that the investigators are doing, because that would maybe save some of the lives or some of the cover-ups that may or may not be going on. So that's one thing that I would say. And then as to the jury, I would just clearly indicate that hearing this gentleman continue to speak, and even the judge saying basically, don't ramble, speak up, young man. Everyone in that courtroom is of the understanding that he did his job improperly. Now, as the person who's going to be the juror that may or may not be the person that has Miss Reed in prison for life or whatever the sentence may be, can you go home at night? Can you look in the mirror knowing that the lead investigator has this type of bias towards women, has this type of bias towards potential defendants, and still say that she's guilty. That's what you would have to hang your hat on when you get done with the verdict.
Now, your point about whether or not we're going to see this more often, I think unions and those who represent or support police would come against that very hard, to say that police should be able to speak freely with their friends, with their family, as long as it doesn't impact the investigation and the way the evidence is handled. But that's what the defense is arguing didn't happen in this case, not properly. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins also got rid of their phones. Their phones were changed over, got a new subscription, that sort of thing, before they were told to preserve the evidence. Do you think the concern could have been that they had similar language on their phones?
I mean, after hearing this at this point, that's all one would say is Albert, especially knowing the proximity and family and relation that he had with the lead investigator. One would say, or after a juror could be persuaded to think that he got rid of it for that reason. So persuasion is the name of the game, and based on the evidence that we've heard, it's easy to see one could be persuaded to say not guilty.
Cannon Kearney, thank you so much for all of your legal analysis this hour. Watching along with us, thank you for watching along with us. More Verdict Watch next.
Reverie.com.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Jeanette. Thanks so much for following along with us as we are on a verdict watch in the killer or cover-up murder trial happening in Massachusetts. Karen Read is the defendant, and the jury has been deliberating for 24 hours and 24 minutes. The jury told the judge this morning they are deadlocked in a long letter that explained they have fundamental issues that are keeping them from getting on the same page, convictions even. The judge, though, sent them back to keep deliberating. She read them the Allen charge, reminding them that they are the best jury to handle this. They have all of the evidence that is necessary to come to a decision. Read is accused of hitting her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her vehicle and then leaving him to die in the snow. The defense claims that John O'Keefe could have died from other means, including being killed during a fight inside of the Albert home where he was found outside. Here's the letter that jury sent to the court this morning.
Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds.
And with that, after reading that, what we call the dynamite charge, the last-ditch effort by a court to get this jury to come to a unanimous decision, the jury was sent back in, and they've been going at it for about 2 hours now since being charged by the court. It's around lunchtime there, typically in Dedham, Massachusetts. We will take you into that courtroom if we hear anything, if there's a question or a verdict or a finding of a mistrial. And while we wait for that movement inside of the courtroom, we are taking a look back at any key testimony from the lead investigator in this case, a really polarizing figure in this trial, Trooper Michael Proctor. Let's pick up with more testimony from Trooper Proctor under cross.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus, and Bird writes, okay, that's up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
I had a narrative that you had developed, and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Judge.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement?
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? the other one involved, correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct. I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert?
Yes.
For your participation on this case?
I don't know if that's yes.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Yeah. Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor faced a lot of scrutiny about conflict of interest, about how he handled the evidence, about lewd messages and the horrible words that he used to describe the defendant in this case. Let's bring in my guest to discuss. Joining us now, National Trial Attorney Michael Jaffer. Michael, good to have you on. This is my first time speaking to you about the deadlocked jury and the Allen charge that the judge read to them earlier in the day. Your thoughts on where we are in deliberations?
I'm not surprised. Clearly, the jury did not believe or buy the conspiracy hoax. I'm glad they didn't. I agree with them. Clearly, there's some jurors in there that are not agreeing with the other jurors, but they did not believe it. You know, Julia, let me give you my theory of the case just briefly. I think Karen Read is the arch villain in the John O'Keefe story. Okay, here's the way that we got to this point. The whole conspiracy cover-up thing, that does not come from an attorney, right? An attorney has to be sold on this by their client, not just convinced, not just suggested. You don't walk into a lawyer's office and say, I killed somebody, help me cover it up. And he says, we're gonna go with conspiracy on this one. An attorney knows that they can only bring up conspiracy and cover-up one time in their career, and they better be right, otherwise their credibility is destroyed. So Karen Read had to sell her attorneys on this theory. Why did she do it? Let's look at the facts and the evidence. It's undisputed, and I think the jurors in that box are talking about it. When she showed up at the scene of the crime at the time of the crime, what do we know about that incident? She was blitz drunk, not only at that time, but the day after. Right? She was severely drunk. So had she, let's say she hit John O'Keefe unintentionally by accident, a man that she claims she was merely dating, she did not love, they were not in love, right? What would have happened if she would have called the police? They would have the ambulance. They would have showed up. She was so severely drunk, and she knew that at the time, that if he died, she wouldn't have been charged with a misdemeanor. She would have been charged with felony murder. She would have went to jail for a very long time. She could not take that in, so she drove home, hoped for the best. When he didn't show up, she started concocting her cover-up and her scheme, and that's where, in my opinion, she came up with the whole conspiracy cover-up thing. And only a narcissist would throw shade and put a whole entire community into chaos over them covering up for themselves, right? So in my opinion, the evidence shows that Karen Read was there. She, intentionally or not, hit John O'Keefe, and he died, and she began the whole conspiracy thing. And when the defense took the case, they only took it for 2 days. They did not bring up a single witness that verified the conspiracy and the cover-up, or did they point a finger at any other legitimate person that could have actually killed John O'Keefe? What are we supposed to believe? That the Alberts killed John O'Keefe and then covered it up and put his phone in his pocket and started calling it a bunch of times, pretending that they were looking for him, and that they took charge of the broken taillight and put it next to his body? I mean, this whole thing is ludicrous. I think that's why you see this jury note that we are hopelessly deadlocked. Right?
Sounds like someone in that jury room believes one side or the other. I think what you're saying is valid in terms of the strong evidence about what she said, and someone not being able to let go that she was the first one to introduce herself as the potential defendant. No one went looking for her. No one banged on her door. She was there at the scene saying things that suggested that she was there. But then you've got these injuries and the way they don't look like a collision. And I think that's something that someone could probably very much hang on to and say, there's no way I can convict someone when I'm looking at this. This doesn't have anything to do with Trooper Proctor. This is just the evidence. Michael Draper, I want to...
Let me
go ahead. React to that.
Yeah,
react to just that evidence. That's not the conspiracy, but these are the hard facts.
Yeah, let me react to that. So even the defense expert who was testifying, who said, the person that was appointed by the feds, said, you know, these injuries are not relatable to an injury. Even on cross-examination, he admitted, well, yeah, if you fall back and hit your head on the curb, that could create 1,000 pounds of force and that could kill you. I had a client in April fall back, hit his head on stairs and died instantly, a young, healthy guy. So it happened. So even the defense expert testified on cross-examination that this could happen, and those injuries on the arms were tested. There was no canine DNA. I think all of this comes back to the January 4th hearing, where the defense filed a motion to turn over evidence, which I think was the greatest mistake by the prosecution, to not willingly give this evidence to the defense, which allowed the defense air. They allowed this whole conspiracy hoax to have a lot of air because of the mistake and the hubris of the Massachusetts State Police and the prosecution. They made a grave mistake and they gave her what she wanted. But those injuries, in my opinion, also tie to the death that John O'Keefe suffered. I believe that the evidence and the DNA evidence and the experts, all, including the defense DNA, the defense expert, give you the ability to see how she would have killed him with that car.
So many angles to look at for this jury. They've been at it for 5 days. They were read that Allen charge by the judge, something that's rooted in the law for her to stick to when she's telling them, go try again. You have the best information. You're in the best position to decide this case. So we've been looking through the Court TV archives for the times that the Allen charge has been read and what's been the outcome. Here are a few that some of our viewers may remember. Now, Ty Jerome Tucker, the Treehouse murder trial that happened in Key West, Florida, he represented himself. And he had some strong evidence on his side. And there was a point where this jury, he was accused of killing a man, injuring a woman who said that he was not her attacker. The jury came back deadlocked. The judge read them the Allen charge. They went back and they came back still deadlocked. His retrial has not happened yet, but the prosecution has said that they are going to retry him. In another case, Catherine McBanawa, also in Florida, but in 2019, she went to trial with her boyfriend, Sigfredo Garcia, accused of being part of a murder plot to kill law professor at FSU, Dan Markel. Her hitman boyfriend, he was found guilty in that joint trial, but the same jury wrote back that they were deadlocked about her guilt or innocence, read the Allen charge, and she was then released because of a mistrial. But years later, she was retried and found guilty, sentenced to life in prison without parole. The last one, though, Dr. William Husel. He was accused of multiple counts. His jury was deadlocked at one point. They were read the Allen charge. They couldn't decide between whether he was being merciful to his patients with the amount of drugs that he was giving them or if he was euthanizing them. But after that Allen charge, they came back with a not guilty on all of those counts against him. It was multiple patients that he was accused of killing. Michael Jafer, it's possible this jury could come back with something other than we're still deadlocked.
I'm hoping they come back with guilty on the second and third charge. I don't
think you
believe
put it on mute.
No, I can. Can you hear me?
All right, go ahead, Michael.
Sorry. I hope they come back with a guilty on the second and third charge. I don't believe that the top charge has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the murder to, believe it or not. But I don't think they will. That instruction was a cry for help. The note to the judge was actually a cry for help. The impolite version of the reading of that is there's a couple of people in this room that won't listen to reason. No matter what we tell them, no matter how much we reason with them, they're not going to do it. Please do whatever you can to convince them to listen to reason. That's how I read that. That's the impolite reading of that note. So because of that, when you have somebody that's that much of an obstinate type of factor in a jury room, I don't see them changing, right? This isn't the 12 men movie, you know, where one person convinced the other 11. I hope they come back with guilty for the second and third charge. I think it has been proven beyond a any shadow of a doubt, not the murder to, but I don't think they will, Julia. I think we're looking at a hung jury. It really stinks that we're looking at that. I think we're looking at a hung jury before 4th of July.
Yeah, that's definitely what happens more often than not. Michael Jafer, stand by. Still ahead, we're going to shift our attention to New Mexico, where a judge has once again denied actor Alec Baldwin's motion to dismiss the case against him. We're going to preview that upcoming trial that's going to start next week after this break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the case against Karen Read. Are we any closer to a verdict? Plus, everything you need to know for the upcoming Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. July 14th.
Accomplice to murder returns.
This is somebody he trusted.
This is, in fact, a murder.
They were in this together.
Accomplice to Murder with Vinnie Politan. All new episodes return July 14th, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. The fate of Karen Read is now in the hands of a Massachusetts jury. This jury has been deliberating for 24 hours and 47 minutes. We have been watching every minute of not only this trial, but now the deliberation as this clock continues to tick by. The ceiling fan is all we can show you inside of that courtroom because our cameras cannot go down to that gallery and the judge's bench until there is movement, until they are on the record. We will, of course, take you there if there's any kind of a question or a verdict. But we're turning our attention now to New Mexico, where movie star Alec Baldwin is now officially set to move forward to trial. On Friday, we learned that Baldwin's case is going to move forward after the judge rejected the motion to dismiss the case. This is the third time that the defense has tried to get these charges thrown out. In recent weeks, this has all been happening, and now this ruling is one of the last before that July 9th jury selection start date. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter after the fatal shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. It was a deadly incident that occurred on the set of Western movie Rust back in 2021, in which Baldwin served as not only one of the film's producers, but also the lead actor. If convicted, he faces up to 18 months in prison. Now, we do want to catch you up on the case against Alec Baldwin as we prepare for this trial. Here's a look back with Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft.
Alec Baldwin was rehearsing this scene from the movie Rust when Halyna Hutchins was shot.
The firearm went off in a small wooden church. The first person I made eye contact with was Halyna, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush and I think holding her right side.
Halyna Hutchins, the film's cinematographer, was shot and killed. The director, Joel Souza, standing behind her, was wounded.
It felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. They kept talking about this bullet, and it could not compute for me. This is not possible. It's just not possible that there's a live round. It just can't. And then they eventually maybe grew tired of my protesting about it because they showed me the x-ray of my back, and there was a very large bullet in it.
Prosecutors brought criminal charges against 3 people in connection with Hutchins' death. David Halls, the first assistant director, he accepted a plea deal. Hannah Gutierrez, the film's armorer, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. And Alec Baldwin, the producer of Rust, he is awaiting his trial. Gutierrez was responsible for making sure all the firearms on the set were safe. Prosecutors allege she brought live rounds onto the set and failed to properly check the rounds before they were loaded into the gun.
We find the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1.
A jury convicted Gutierrez, even though her defense attorney argued at her trial that Alec Baldwin was the one to blame.
It was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. Ms. Gutierrez Reed, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Halyna and Mr. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did.
The defense noted that Baldwin tended to go off script, like he did in this scene, firing a shot after the director yelled, "Cut."
Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Hopefully throughout this process, people in the film industry are beginning to understand that real guns aren't toys. And if real guns are going to be used on movie sets, there needs to be a lot of safety protocols in place. We never want this to happen again.
Jury selection slated to start next week. Still with us, National Trial Attorney Michael Jaffer. Michael, this is the same charge that Hannah Gutierrez was facing. It's going to be the same evidence, essentially, against Alec Baldwin. Why do you think a jury may come back with a different verdict, if you do?
I think they'll come back with the same verdict. I mean, obviously, it won't be the same jury. But if they don't come back with the same verdict, I think it'd be a mistake. It would be it would be incongruent with what they did with Hannah Gutierrez. And here's why I think that. I think that she should have been found guilty, and she did, of the charge. She wasn't charged with first-degree premeditated murder. She was charged with a misdemeanor, right? So I think that his culpability was even a step higher than hers. That's why I think they should come back with the same verdict. He was not just an actor on that movie set who was handed a gun. He was the guy in charge. He was the boss of everybody there. He made hiring and firing decisions. He was bankrolling the movie set. I mean, he was in charge. When you are in charge, if I show up to an office and I give my employees a gun and I say this is this is okay, or if I hire a person to give them guns and they hand me a gun and I grab a gun and I shoot somebody and there's a live round, nobody would dispute that I'm guilty of something, right? Because I'm in charge. I'm the boss. I'm the one who brought everybody together, and my coordination was negligent, right? So it should be no different here, right? The only thing going for him is he's not an attorney, because we know that we don't hold a shot at anything. But you know, he should be found guilty of this, because he's being charged with a very benign, low level. A person died in his care, and he was negligent. And I think the evidence will. His whole defense of, well, I did not fire the thing. Anytime somebody uses an exotic defense and says, this thing that works all the time just didn't work the time I used it, you're swimming upstream, Julia.
Well, I want to see if your analysis changes what you said about him being the boss, him being in charge. His defense wants to keep that out of this trial. We have this excerpt from a defense motion where they want to preclude his role as the producer. So they want him to come in there as an actor. Here's part of it and how it reads. It says, if the state is permitted to make improper arguments related to Baldwin's role as a producer, this is going to end up wasting the court's time with a mini trial litigating which producer had which duties, and there's no such thing as supervisory liability in criminal law. In the first place, he wasn't the only producer on this movie, Michael Jaffer. If they're able to be successful and get any words like boss, in charge, and producer out, do you think we've got a different case here?
Of course, but they have no shot at doing that, because that is the crux of the case. Because that actually is that's a relevant thing. It's like saying you're charged with, you know, being neglectful for one of your children dying, but you want to leave out the evidence that you're the parent and you're just a person in the same room as them. You know, I mean, it has no chance, and it has no chance of succeeding. They're going to let that in. They've already filed 3 motions to dismiss, by the way, and were denied. So it's going to be let in. It's so relevant. It's not like a prior criminal conviction, which is not relevant to what you're charged with. This is the crux. This is germane to the fact pattern, right? The fact pattern does not fit without it. You know, you can't. It's like saying that you drove the car but you didn't turn it on. It's a one continuous crime, right? His role is part of the crime. They won't be able to keep that out.
Position is certainly huge here. He's going to be saying the armorer position is more important, and we'll see what the state is allowed to argue in terms of his position. Michael Jaffer, stand by. Coming up, we are going to turn our attention to Florida and the suitcase murder trial. Defendant Sarah Boone is going to be moving forward in a different way. After the break, we'll tell you about those new developments. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. All eyes are on Massachusetts, where we are in a verdict watch in Dedham in the trial for defendant Karen Read. The jury's been deliberating there 25 hours on the nose just now. You see the ceiling fan? That's what our cameras are focused on because we haven't heard anything from this jury in 2.5 hours. Before that, they sent a note to the judge saying they were deadlocked, and the judge sent them back in to deliberate more. She read them the official charge that instructs them to keep trying to deliberate, but it's really the last-ditch effort to try and get unanimity from a jury that says they are hung. Prosecutors say that Karen Read hit her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her SUV and then left him to die out in the cold in front of Brian Albert's home. The defense says someone else is responsible for the Boston officer's death, and they pointed the finger at Brian Albert and other people inside of his house. We'll continue to keep an eye on that courtroom, and if there's anything from this jury, a question, a verdict, a finding of a mistrial, we will take you there live. But we are turning our attention now to Florida, where the suitcase murder trial defendant Sarah Boone is now going to represent herself at trial. At a last-minute hearing held on Friday, the judge granted Boone's former attorney's motion to withdraw and ruled that the defendant has forfeited her right to counsel because she has repeatedly had difficulties with the past court-appointed attorneys. She's now going to have to represent herself at trial, and it's scheduled to begin on October 7th. At a status conference earlier last month, Boone expressed her frustrations to the court and said that she has, quote, been doing her best.
I'm doing my best to let everyone know who I really am, as opposed to the malicious murderer that everyone thinks that I am. I don't feel that she can do that properly. I still always, the reason why I'm here is to hope that she will come in with a gentle, softer side and actually listen to what it is that I'm saying and see the bigger picture other than what's the one avenue that she keeps going down. There's other ways to win and more than one way. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me for having to ask you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me.
Sarah Boone is accused of murdering her boyfriend, Jorge Torres. She's admitted to zipping him up inside of a suitcase where he later died. But she's maintained that the death was an accident after a night of drinking between both of them. For more background on the case against Sarah Boone, here's Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan.
911, what is the location of the emergency?
It's Monday, February 24th. There's a crisis at the home of Sarah Boone, prompting her to call 911.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
The fire department takes over the call, and for the next few minutes, officials are obtaining critical details about what happened.
Now, tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a suitcase and we were playing. And like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase, so I don't know what happened.
Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Fire and rescue instruct Boone on how to give chest compressions.
Just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
EMS arrived within minutes and advised Boone that her boyfriend, Jorge Torres, had been down too long and there was nothing more they could do. Boone explained she and Torres were drinking the night before and thought it would be funny if he got inside of a suitcase for a game of hide and seek. The next day, deputies returned and arrested Boone and charged her with second-degree murder in Torres's death. Boone's story about a childhood game gone awry unraveled when investigators say they found video on her cell phone showing Boone taunting and laughing at Torres while he was struggling to get out of the suitcase.
I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you drink on me.
Sarah. I
you.
can't breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the
When police questioned Boone the next morning, she seemed to have no memory of that happening.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if they suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what.
Boone told investigators she only realized her boyfriend was still in the suitcase when she woke up. Still, investigators say her actions add up to murder. Sarah Boone has pleaded not guilty and maintains her innocence.
Let's bring back in National Trial Attorney Michael Jafer with us. Michael, we're seeing a lot of faces of Sarah Boone. What do you think the jury is going to see when she is at trial representing herself?
The heinousness of that. Well, first of all, this is not a person who's making rational decisions. The sad part of it all is that she has some severe mental health issues. These are mental health issues that led to this death of this person, and they're going to lead to her conviction. The heinousness of this is grotesque. That video is just disgusting. I've been seeing this case for a while now, and every time I see that video, because I'm claustrophobic, right? And a lot of people, probably members on the jury, are probably also claustrophobic. I can't even be in an elevator, right? So I can imagine some members of the jury also being in that situation where, like, he's in his suitcase, he's telling you he can't breathe. I mean, it's uncomfortable for me to see this, and she's going to be convicted. She's going to go to jail for the rest of her life. If she did not have mental health issues and did not have a video here, this case would have pled out and she would have had an attorney. But I'm glad there's a video to bring light to what really happened, because this man suffered. I mean, he suffered in the worst way. I wish I could go back in time and grab him by the lapels and say, don't get in that briefcase, dude. Like, what are you doing? I just don't know. Some of these people do these things, and he allowed himself to be zipped up in this suitcase. So I think when she defends herself, it's going to be her talking to the jury about how people have been impolite to her. She fired, 8 lawyers, and she said they just were not being nice to her. I mean, that's what we're going to see. It's going to be a spectacle. The trial is going to be very difficult on that judge, because she's not going to be able to keep control of her courtroom. I mean, this
Yeah, we don't know what kind of a defendant she will be, whether she'll be one who has outbursts, who's going to try and fight with the judge, or is she someone who's going to really try. She's been writing a lot of letters to the judge. It sounds like she's very involved in her own defense and has been critical of her own attorney after attorney. Now she's going to go forward on her own. Michael Jafer, stand by. We do have to squeeze in a break, but we are going to talk about, on the other side, a new update in the convicted Doomsday Cult Mom case out in Arizona. Lori Vallow Daybell set to appear in court tomorrow for a hearing on her charges and some new motions.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the case against Karen Read. Are we any closer to a verdict? Plus, everything you need to know for the upcoming Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I turn comfortable, the gun goes off.
Criminal defendant.
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage begins next Monday morning on Court TV.
Go with the General.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are still on a verdict watch today in the Kill or Cover-Up murder trial for defendant Karen Read. The jury has been out deliberating for 5 days now, 25 hours and 12 minutes in total. The prosecution claims that Karen Read intentionally backed her SUV into her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. They say she left him to die in the snow and then went back to find him, but she always knew where he was. But her defense says this entire thing is a police cover-up and that the injuries on John O'Keefe do not match up with him being hit by a vehicle. Now, as soon as we see any movement in the courtroom or any indication that there is a verdict or a finding, we will take you there live. We're also watching Arizona because a hearing is set for tomorrow that could determine if Lori Vallow Daybell's trial is going to begin in August or get delayed. The convicted doomsday cult mom faces murder conspiracy charges in Arizona for the death of her ex-husband, Charles Vallow, and a conspiracy to commit attempted murder of her niece's now ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. Now, she was extradited to Arizona after she was convicted in Idaho for the deaths of not only her two children, JJ and Tylee Ryan, but also the wife of her now husband. The wife was Tammy Daybell, of course. The judge has ordered Lori Vallow Daybell to be present for tomorrow's hearing. On the docket is a motion by her public defender to move the trial from August 1st to February 2025. Her attorney told the judge that his client objects to this delay. Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands has a look at the charges Lori Vallow faces in Arizona.
Her name is Lori. She's unaware of anything. Tylee, the daughter, also doesn't know anything.
July 11th, 2019, 62-year-old Charles Vallow has just been shot in his estranged wife Lori's house. As first responders and EMTs tape off the crime scene and begin their investigation, Lori Vallow seems to be more concerned with what her neighbors think than the fact that her husband had been shot.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi, neighbor, sorry.
Charles Vallow died at the scene. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, admitted that he was the shooter, but he claimed he was acting in self-defense.
I didn't see the shot, I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground. And was freaking out. Yeah.
A couple of months later, Lori Vallow moved to Idaho with her kids, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. By December, she was married to her fifth husband, Chad Daybell, and both her children were missing. She was also ghosting Charles's sister and brother-in-law, who were JJ's biological grandparents.
If somebody 2 years ago would have said, this is what's going to happen with Lori, I would have never believed it.
After months of radio silence from Lori, Larry and Kay Woodcock announced a $20,000 reward for information about the kids.
These are beautiful young children. They're two extremely intelligent young children, and we want them back. We want them back in our family.
As police searched for Tylee and JJ, they discovered a disturbing trend of unusual and unexplained deaths or random shootings of people close to Lori and Chad. In mid-October, Chad's wife, Tammy, died unexpectedly at their home 2 weeks before Chad married Lori.
I'm Chad, the husband. She's clearly dead.
This was weeks after a masked man shot Tammy while she was in her driveway.
I was getting stuff out of the backseat of my car, and suddenly he was there, and he had a paintball gun, and he was and like he was going to shoot at me.
While in Arizona, investigators found out that the estranged husband of Lori's niece had also been shot at in his driveway back in October.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window, and it hit my window, it shattered my driver's side window.
The shot missed Brandon Boudreaux's head by inches, and his private investigator said Brandon had a pretty good idea who was behind this attack.
He believes that Alex Cox was the person who fired that shot, and he knew that Alex Cox was kind of the family hitman.
Police were never able to question Alex Cox about Brandon or Tammy's shooting because he died as well in December of 2019.
911, where is your emergency?
I have a older male here named Alex.
He just passed out here on my bathroom.
After Lori and Chad were arrested for the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ, she was indicted in Arizona for conspiring with Alex Cox to kill Charles Vallow and attempting to kill Brandon Boudreaux. She could be sentenced to 2 more life sentences in prison if she's convicted in Charles's and Brandon's cases.
Let's bring back in attorney Michael Jafer. Michael, we've got a situation here where Lori Vallow Daybell, the client, wants her speedy trial. She wants to go forward in August, according to her attorney. Her attorney says, I need way more time to go through all of this evidence and wants it to be in February. Who does the court side with?
They're going to side with the defendant because it's the defendant's call. When you're an attorney, you take on a representation of somebody exactly like Lori Vallow, right? Where she's already been convicted, she's already arch villain #1, she's public enemy #1. When you do that, with a specific mindset, right? It's not like the thousands of criminal cases you take on where a person wants to, get a favorable outcome. This is a person who obviously has a different goal in mind, right? She thinks that she's going to be going into the 3 layers of heaven with the prophet. Like, you take that on day 1. So you can't be shocked if she doesn't want you to be prepped for the case. You have no idea whether or not she probably just wants to get back to her Idaho prison. So they're going to side with the defendant. It doesn't really matter what happens here, but I mean, the court is going to want to get this off their docket as quickly as possible.
Yeah, maybe she wants to be back in the same zip code as her husband, her beloved Chad Daybell. Michael, I do want to ask you, though, there's another motion that's going to be on the table. Her team doesn't want the media coverage in this. They have some objections. They want the media to follow certain rules. There were not cameras for the majority of her trial in Idaho, but it may be a possibility here in Arizona. But I expected this case to plead out. Do you think, right before we get to break, do you think that that's a possibility here in this case?
I hope so, but I don't think it will because they're not going to. The prosecution is not going to offer anything of anything. It's just plead on the charges and don't even fight them. That would be malpractice for the attorneys. I don't think it'll plea out, but it could. I could be surprised.
That preliminary hearing is going to happen tomorrow. You can watch it right here on Court TV. We do have to get to that break, but we are also still watching that Massachusetts courtroom, Dedham, Massachusetts, where the jury is deliberating now 3 hours since they last told the judge they were deadlocked. 25 hours. Stay with us.
And welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, your host for this hour, joining you from Dedham, Massachusetts for a very special hour of the killer or cover-up murder trial that's been playing out here for the past several weeks involving Karen Read and victim John O'Keefe. Here's where we're at. We're on standby. The jury is getting back from lunch. Now, earlier today, they once again told the judge that they were deadlocked, saying that they were, quote, deeply divided by fundamental differences. The judge read them the final instruction and sent them back to continue deliberating. We'll get you into that courtroom as soon as we have any new developments. And Court TV has a pass for in that courtroom. I will be inside, and I'll bring you jury reaction. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the key testimony from this trial, including the Commonwealth's case. Early on in the state's case in chief, the jury heard from Brian Albert, who owned 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe was found in front of. Here's what he told the jury about what he remembered from the night John O'Keefe died. Take a listen.
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have with them?
Yes, I remember having an interaction, or more than one interaction, with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving, or left, or transferred, and you know, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have with her?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out and stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. You know, I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall that evening?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, you know, close to 12, and things started winding down, you know, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife Nicole, my daughter Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry, so the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take you back just for a moment back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was that?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife Nicole mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And again, that's Brian Albert's testimony that we're diving deep into at this hour. Very key player in the case. He owned 34 Fairview. He was on the police force along with victim John O'Keefe, both Boston police officers. To talk about this, let's bring in our guest for this hour, criminal defense attorney Eric Faddis, and former prosecutor, joining us there from Denver, Colorado. Nice to see you, my friend. Your initial thoughts as we're now more than 25 hours into this verdict watch. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, Matt, always a pleasure to be with you. The clock is ticking. This deliberation has gone on and on and on. And I think that only gives rise to an inference that they're really wrestling with a lot back there. There's not a ton on which they agree back in that jury room. And so I think we're just inching closer to this mistrial if the judge is going to allow it. And she's been rather resistant up until now.
And you know, this is a judge, Judge Cannoni, that has been very gracious with her jury. Originally, that started out with 17 in the box. We're now down to the 12, of course, deliberating. And she said that she received a note today, unlike any other during her career. If we can just play that moment from earlier.
Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds.
Not only the fact, Eric, that they are at an impasse here to where they're not on all agreements like they need to be, they're deadlocked, but the words that they use is what stood out to this judge. What stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, very thoughtful. You know, look, sometimes when the jury sends a letter to the judge, it's like, we can't decide and we don't know what to do. This person and the jury as a whole clearly has invested a lot of themselves, their intellect, their emotions, their thoughts into this case. And they're saying, hey, look, we've done all we can do, and we're just not going to reach a unanimous verdict. I think at that juncture, the judge ought to have granted a mistrial, but it's my understanding the judge sent them back with a further instruction saying, hey, keep at it.
Yeah, and you know, as we're talking about some of these key players and the key evidence that they're pining over, there was more than 74 witnesses in this case, 9 weeks of testimony, 600 exhibits, and Brian Albert, the homeowner, here is what his wife said about why they got rid of the dog, the family dog of 7 years.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe,
was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs, and while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont.
And when you talk to people in this community, Eric, part of that conspiracy theory or the cover-up includes the Alberts, him not going outside during the investigation, the family selling their house that they've owned for decades and decades and getting rid of the family dog. Do you think that that could be adding to reasonable doubt for some of these jurors?
You know, Matt, there are so many details that have raised eyebrows throughout observers across the country, and I'm sure with this jury. Those are just a few of them. There are other things, too, that support defense's claim that this is some huge conspiracy by law enforcement, some big cover-up. And you know, often you look at that with kind of an incredulous eye, but defense has substantiated some of those claims.
All right, Eric Faddis, you're going to be sticking with us throughout the hour, and it's going to be a big hour, folks, as we are in Verdict Watch in the killer or cover-up murder trial playing out here outside of Boston. Coming up, we're going to dive deeper into Brian Albert's testimony, including why did they sell 34 Fairview? We'll be right back. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
A-list actor Alec Baldwin is cast in the real-life role he never wanted.
I turn the gun, the gun goes off.
Criminal defendant.
His lack of gun safety is something that he's going to have to answer for.
We heard that this was a toxic set.
One more.
It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong.
Is there an actor's exemption from liability when they're handling a deadly firearm?
The Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial. Live coverage begins next Monday morning on Court TV.
Welcome back to Dedham, Massachusetts, where moments ago it was pouring down rain here at the courthouse. We have been on a verdict watch, folks. The jury now deliberating for nearly 26 hours in the killer or cover-up murder trial playing out outside of Boston here. We're listening right now as we wait for the jury. We are listening back to some of the key testimony in the Commonwealth's case in chief involving Brian Albert. He took the stand to explain why he sold his house and got rid of his phone in the months after John O'Keefe's death. Let's listen back together.
And if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Any objection?
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell me what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here, yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes,
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
yes,
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
yes,
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I'd ask that this be marked as next in order. The court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one. Okay.
The exhibit 69. Thank you.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Pause. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
No.
Okay. Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go ahead and play the video. Just a second. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard?
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself, also looks different.
Okay. So, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this. recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring the lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what? What do you...
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it, yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Stay.
You had received I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself, or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter, no.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, "You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass Bar Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is
All right, we have a small technical issue from our shot in Massachusetts. You can see that our shot froze. We have a team that is working to get that back up as soon as possible while Matt is monitoring what's going on behind him. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Thank you for following along with us. Our correspondent there on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts, had to go back into the courtroom because the court has paused there in the Karen Read trial. We have been on a verdict watch. They have been deliberating for 5 days, 25 hours and 50 minutes over the course of those days. And we just saw Karen Read enter the courtroom moments ago. We're going to take you in as soon as they are on the record. What you're seeing now is what you've seen before. The ceiling fan there inside of the courtroom. So that means the judge is not on the bench yet. The parties are not in fully, and they are not on the record. But when that happens, that camera is going to move, and we will see what is happening inside of that courtroom. You'll recall we've had 2 notes from this jury over the last 2 deliberation days. One where they said they were unable to reach a unanimous verdict, and then today they sent another note to the judge that got very detailed. Let's go back to that moment.
Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds.
Now, this jury, they have been deliberating over 3 different sets of counts. Second-degree murder is the top charge that carries a sentence of up to life in prison for Karen Read. They've also been charged with manslaughter. Looking at that charge against her, manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence of liquor. There are then lesser includeds underneath that charge, 3. So they have a lot to think about, even when it just comes to manslaughter. They also have leaving the scene of a crime. That's the lower level charge that she faces. But this jury has said over and over again now, twice, we received those notes that they cannot come to a decision. We have with us criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Eric Faddis, who is waiting, standing by, as we see what this jury is going to say. Eric, they could say that they are still deadlocked. What options does Judge Cannoni have if they say for the 3rd time, after we know she has read that standard Allen charge of sorts, it's a different title here in Massachusetts, the Tui versus Rodriguez charge, but all the same across the country in what judges can do when they are in this situation. So what could happen when we get this whatever is happening inside of that courtroom right now?
Yeah, Julie, I mean, the judge's options are becoming more and more limited as these deliberations go on, as she receives multiple notifications from the jury that they cannot reach a unanimous verdict. And that's probably appropriate. She can't just keep going back to this jury and telling them, hey, you got to reach a decision. And because that's a bit misleading to the jury. That's not an accurate statement of the law. If the jury is a hung jury, they cannot reach a unanimous decision, then there can be a mistrial. And I think the judge, in sort of her remarks, doesn't really shed light on that option for the jury. If the jury comes back right now and says we can't find a verdict, I think the judge has to declare a mistrial, and not doing so could be potential error.
Right, I agree with you. Her options are very limited at this point. I wonder if there's a possibility that if this jury comes back with a note that gives any wiggle room, if they say maybe we need to sleep on it another night, or I've seen situations where the jurors would begin to turn on each other in the note and say there is a juror who's not following the law or a juror who is not looking at the evidence. They can't say that they are just biased. It has to be that they are in some way violating the deliberation process, perhaps refusing to deliberate. Could there be a situation where the judge could do something different, send them back again, or replace that juror?
Yeah, I mean, in these deliberations, clearly they can get heated and sometimes ugly, where we're dealing with weighty considerations here. A person is dead. Another person is on trial for their homicide. And so not unexpected that emotions are running high back there. Is there a chance that the judge could, try to inquire more as to the nature of the gridlock? Potentially. I've seen cases where the judge has said, hey, if you don't agree on the most serious charge, then at least consider the less serious charge and see if you can come to an agreement on that. I've seen judges do that. I'm not sure if that'll happen here.
You're right. You just reminded me of something, Eric, that there's a possibility that the judge could talk to the foreperson, could bring the foreperson out and leave the rest of the jury in the deliberation room and have a conversation. Nothing that goes beyond the bounds into what are you all talking about, and perhaps even what are you stuck on. But she could ask some general questions about maybe the split. I don't know if you agree with that, if she can go that far, or she can see if they are stuck, to your point, on just one charge, or if there may be some wiggle room on the other ones.
Yeah, exactly. You know, not inquiring into exactly the nature of the gridlock, but more, like you said, the split in terms of jurors. I've seen judges ask about that. How many are for guilty? How many are for not guilty? And then looking into whether they are really deadlocked on every single charge, or if it's just the most serious charge they're hung up on, and whether further consideration may be given to some of those lesser includeds.
Yeah, Eric, I want to listen to some sound while we are waiting, because we still have the ceiling fan is up. So we understand from our crews there on the ground that there is movement inside of the courtroom. We don't know if it is a verdict, it is a question, or if there's some kind of issue that the judge wants all of the parties inside of the courtroom for. That's a live look, the outside of the courthouse, the media that's been gathered there, the people going inside. Let's take a moment back to something that could be critical for the jury inside of this deliberation room. We know, just based on the note, that there are some that are for and some that are against. And those that are against, those that may be for a conviction, may be hung up on the words that many witnesses said Karen Read mentioned on the day of this incident.
Ms. Read was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical. And she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
As I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him, I hit him.
She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
Do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, is he alive?
When I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical, you need to calm down, you're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him.
You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes.
That's something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Earlier, it was could I, did I. When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear, I hit him.
EMTs, firefighters, and friends all saying different variations of some form of a confession. Eric, that's what I think this doesn't get called enough. If she did say it the way some of these people say she said it, then it would be a confession. But a confession alone, even if the person admitted to saying it, that alone wouldn't stand up in court, even if someone said that they did commit the crime.
Yeah, and Julia, let's be clear. You know, defense suggested that Karen Read may have said, I know him, I know him, I know him. Now, these witnesses are rather clear in terms of what they believe they heard. But yeah, like you said, even her coming back to the scene and saying, and having the realization at that time that she hit him, doesn't necessarily mean
Eric,
she knew that she hit him.
I'm going to interrupt you
when
because we do have Judge Beverly Cannoni on the stand.
The
Let's go
jury's
in.
at an impasse. So we'll bring them in.
Rise to the jury.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Thank you. Be seated. Court is still in session.
All right, I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor? And I would appear for my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates, so.
What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
No, that week's not good. The teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows Ms. Little and I are not available on the 22nd. We have a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Little and I probably will not appear.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
After 25 hours, nearly 26 hours of deliberation over the course of 5 days, this trial has ended in a mistrial there in Dedham, Massachusetts. You see Karen Reed there hugging her father, who's been there every single day of this trial. Her supporters there lining the gallery. And on the other side of that, cat-a-corner to them, is the O'Keefe family. We saw John O'Keefe's mother looking down, someone next to her giving her those reassuring squeezes on her shoulder. But it's almost as if this news equates to an acquittal, because it's still not ending this process that they have been going through since 2022, January of 2022, when John O'Keefe died in front of that house on Fairview Street. The case doesn't stop. You heard the judge saying immediately, let's get this on a status hearing calendar to move forward, to see what the prosecution's going to do, see what the defense is going to do, and then the judge will be tasked with putting this back on the trial calendar. We don't have to go through the motions process. We don't have to deal with all of the things that you usually have to deal with leading up to a trial. Some judges turn it around in a week if they can. Not the case here. They are going to come back in the next couple of weeks. We do have to get to a break, but we will bring you more reaction to this decision or indecision in the Karen Read trial after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the case against Karen Read. Are we any closer to a verdict? Plus, everything you need to know for the upcoming Alec Baldwin manslaughter trial.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. This week on Opening Statements.
We'll tell you what's trending in true crime with an in-depth look at unsolved cases around the country.
Opening Statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
All now.
Mistrial declared in the case against Karen Read. Right now, that reaction starting outside of the courthouse. Let's listen to what the defense has to say. All right, microphones are not picking up the sound there, but just their body language speaks a lot. They're looking the way Alan Jackson there, David Giannetti there, and Karen Read, smiling, hugging. This is something that the defense could consider a win, that the state was not able to convince 12 people, 6 men, 6 women there in Norfolk County, that beyond a reasonable doubt, the evidence pointed to Karen Read being guilty. We will see how things proceed. If you're just joining us, the judge just announced that this case is ending in a mistrial, and they will set this case for a status hearing to determine what happens next. It was a moment seeing that news come out inside of the courtroom. For exactly what happened, let's go to our crime and justice correspondent, Matt Johnson, who has been there day in, day out, standing there on the back row of the courtroom because it's so small, the media has to stand for the duration of the trial. And Matt, a hung jury.
A hung jury, and this is exactly what the O'Keefe family was not hoping for. They were in tears, some of them. The media stands right behind the O'Keefe family. They were holding hands, comforting each other, and as soon as Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mother, learned that it was going to be declared a mistrial, she broke down in tears. This family has been through quite a lot. And also, when the jury was brought in, all eyes were on them. They did not look down like we've seen in other times when mistrials have been declared, but they looked over at the judge and stayed focused on the judge as she thanked them for their service. There were a few members of the jury that had their arms crossed. Clearly, this was not the outcome that they were hoping for. As for the defendant and the defense table, they had their arms folded, their hands folded, and David Giannetti had his hand on his mouth as we waited for the camera to go up and for the jury to be brought in. You had Karen Read taking deep breaths. She stayed laser focused on the clock, it appeared, that was in front of the judge at the bench there. And no outburst in court. Again, no public in that room, no public allowed. It's such a tiny courtroom. But you could hear the cheers of Karen Read supporters watching on Court TV Live as they learned the news. And that was quite a moment. And then you had the situation out in front of the courthouse. It's downpour, it's pouring. Town outside of Boston. State police line the courthouse right now, and we're being told that Judge Cannoni is talking to the 2 alternates and the 12 jurors who were the deciding jurors in this case as we speak.
Yeah, Matt, we may learn at some point what the split is inside of the courtroom, because what we heard through the note is that others believe one way and some believe another way. So it sounds like there was not just one holdout. Can you talk more about that moment that you had to go inside the courthouse? I know you were anchoring here on Court TV Live. Yeah. I was on standby, and they told me you heard sirens and cheering. What was that like getting back into the courthouse? All right, unfortunately, Matt, I think we are losing your audio. I know we've got a lot of people there probably at the same time going live. Sometimes that can impact the signal out there in front of the courthouse. We will check in with Matt as soon as we get that signal back. Let's go to Eric Faddis, who is standing by. Eric, we only have about a minute, but your final thoughts this hour on this decision here. They're not being a holdout, but the judge now having a conversation with the jury. What do you think she's going to ask them?
You know, I think she's going to be very gracious and thankful for their service. You know, this was a long trial, 10 weeks plus. And so I think she's really sort of just telling them how much the court appreciates the service that they've contributed to this case.
And do you think she will ask them for that exact number, or is she going to be satisfied that there were some on one side and some on the other side?
I would be surprised if she asked him and to just kind of get a sense as to what that split may have looked like. Whether she'll disclose that information to the attorneys, I don't know. Sometimes that information can guide how a district attorney reacts to a mistrial, whether they just bring the trial again or whether they may try to reopen negotiations.
Certainly, that is at issue here. Eric Faddis, thank you so much for your legal analysis this hour. We have more as we monitor what's going on there in Dedham, Massachusetts, and other trials across the country. Stay with us.
called the world's smartest litter. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thanks so much for following along with us this afternoon. Today marks the end of the Karen Read trial in Dedham, Massachusetts, ending with a mistrial. The judge today got a second note from this jury. Earlier today, the judge had to read what's called an Allen charge to the jury after they said that they were deadlocked, that they had tried very hard, but that they were deeply divided, that they had convictions that could not be moved. She sent them in again, and they, for around 3.5 hours, deliberated through the afternoon. Then this note.
Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service.
And with that, the defendant left the courtroom, as she has each and every day, because she has been out on bond. Her attorneys addressed the media, no doubt celebrating that the jury was not able to reach a conviction in this case. Our Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson was there for it all, inside of this courthouse and outside. Now joining us, Matt, I know we had an issue with your signal earlier, but you were sharing just the mood outside as people learned that this was going to perhaps be a mistrial. What are you seeing both then and now?
Right, and you know, part of the signal issue is that it's storming here. There is big crashes of thunder and rain is pouring down. When Read and her defense team was on the courthouse steps saying thank you to her supporters, that it's really their help that they needed to bring this to the media's attention, they did a sort of a victory lap, even though this is a mistrial. And by all accounts, you have the Commonwealth that plans on pursuing another trial because the week of the 21st is a status conference for round 2. In front of the courthouse here, we're also seeing a lot of state police. They're growing in numbers. They have blocked off the roadway to any traffic in front of the courthouse. And we also have those Read supporters, diehard supporters. We've seen upwards of 400 in the early hours of the deliberation to about 100 or so that are here today, despite the fact that it's storming. And there was cheers that you could hear from inside the courthouse when those supporters of Karen Read learned of this mistrial.
There's really two sides in this case, Matt, as there is in every trial, but here it just seems to be different in the way that this community has splintered in who they support. You mentioned the people outside of the courthouse, and I'm thinking about how hard this has to be for the O'Keefe family. We saw the images of Paul O'Keefe, the brother of John O'Keefe, there listening to this mistrial declare, John O'Keefe's mother. You've been seeing them every single day there inside of the courthouse. This has been tough to come to a courthouse every single day. Are they close, or do they have to travel each day to be there?
Yeah, they're close by for the most part. They've been here each and every day in an undisclosed location, waiting along with the rest of us during this verdict watch. The O'Keefe family, they were comforting each other when they learned that it was a mistrial. Peggy O'Keefe, who's been there every day, even during that tough testimony, she broke down in tears when she learned that there was not a resolute verdict in all of this and that the family may have to go through this all again. Paul O'Keefe held his head down. His wife was comforting him, rubbing his back. As we just looked on, they didn't say anything. That room was completely silent. What we did hear was the cheers outside from the Read supporters.
And Matt, we want to take a moment now to go to our field producer, Tiffany Smith, who's there on the team with you, and she's interviewing some Karen Read supporters. So let's see if we can dip in and listen to that feed.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be back. Absolutely.
So what do you have to say what would you say to Karen that you weren't able to say? Because before this, we've been able to get really close to her. So what would you have said to her?
Well, like everyone standing around me, we all believe in her innocence.
And what we've been yelling, I love you, we love you, we love you, Karen. Stay strong, Karen. This is, all that. She's heard it. Yeah. Well, keep saying it.
She's a very strong woman, very, very strong woman.
Why do you think that?
She's been dealing this with, what, three years now?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
She's got her own medical issues.
Yeah.